Marked While We Slept by Delilah Bennet, narrated by Bookzoro. Before we begin, tell us in the comments where you're listening from and what kind of stories you enjoy most. And don't forget to visit our website, Bookzoro.com. Chapter 1, The Shadow Man. The dream always started the same way. Riley Merritt lay in her narrow bed, the thin blanket pulled up to her chin against the mountain cold that seeped through the cracks in the cabin walls. In the dream, she was aware of being asleep, aware of the moonlight streaming through her small window, aware of the sound of her father's snoring from the main room. Then the shadows in the corner of her room began to move. She tried to sit up, tried to scream, but her body wouldn't obey. Sleep paralysis. Some distant part of her mind whispered, "Just a nightmare," but it felt so real. The shadow detached itself from the wall, taking the rough shape of a man, tall, broad-shouldered, moving with a predator's grace. The shadow man crossed her room in silence, and Riley's heart hammered against her ribs. She could feel her wolf stirring somewhere deep inside her, still dormant, still months or maybe years away from emerging, but aware in a way it had never been before. When the shadow reached her bedside, it paused. Riley still couldn't move, couldn't speak, but she could feel. The air around her grew thick with a scent she couldn't quite identify, pine and winter storms, and something wild and protective and utterly foreign to this pack. The shadow man reached out, and she felt cool fingers brush against the curve where her neck met her shoulder. The touch sent electricity racing through her veins, equal parts terror and something else. Something that made her dormant wolf keen with confusion. Then came the pain, white-hot and searing, like teeth sinking into her flesh, marking her, claiming her. Riley wanted to scream but couldn't. She wanted to fight but was frozen. The pain blossomed across her shoulder and neck, spreading like wildfire, and beneath it came something else. A bond snapping into place, invisible threads connecting her to this stranger made of shadows and moonlight. A voice whispered in her mind, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But this is the only way to protect you." Then the shadow was retreating, dissolving back into the darkness, and Riley felt herself sinking deeper into sleep, into dreams that felt less real than what had just happened. Into a darkness that swallowed everything. Riley woke to screaming. She bolted upright in bed, her heart racing, disoriented and confused. For a moment she thought the shadow man had been real, that he was still in her room. But no, her room was empty save for her rickety furniture and the pale dawn light creeping through her window. The screaming was coming from outside. Riley threw off her blanket and immediately gasped. Her shoulder burned. She pressed her hand against it and felt raised skin, tender and hot to the touch. With trembling fingers, she pulled down the collar of her nightshirt and twisted to see her reflection in the small, cracked mirror on her wall. A mate mark, fresh, red, and angry-looking, but unmistakable. The pattern of teeth marks formed a crescent on the junction of her neck and shoulder, the universal sign that she belonged to someone, that she was claimed, that she was mated. No. She was only 14. She didn't even have her wolf yet. And she had been in her bed all night. She was sure of it. The shadow man had been a dream. He had to have been a dream. But mate marks didn't appear from dreams. The screaming outside intensified, joined by more voices. Riley heard her father's heavy footsteps, heard him cursing, heard the front door slam open. She forced herself to move, to pull on her worn jeans and a shirt with a high collar, to braid her dark hair with shaking hands. When she emerged from her room, her father was gone. The cabin was empty. Riley wrapped her arms around herself and stepped outside into chaos. The pack grounds were in an uproar. Women and girls were stumbling out of cabins, some crying, some looking shell-shocked. Mothers were shouting, fathers were arguing, and the pack leadership, Alpha Garrett and his beta and enforcers, were storming through the compound with fury written across their faces. Riley spotted Mara Chen, 16 and one of the few people who had ever been kind to her, standing outside her family's cabin with her hand pressed to her neck. Their eyes met across the compound, and Riley saw her own shock and fear reflected back at her. Riley. Her father appeared beside her, his face pale. Omega wolves weren't common in any pack, and her father had always been gentle, submissive, more comfortable following than leading. But now he looked terrified. "Let me see." Riley pulled down her collar. Her father's face went even paler. "Huh? Who?" he demanded. "Who was it? Did you see him?" I was asleep, Papa. I had a dream, but—" "A dream?" Her father's voice cracked. "Riley, mate marks don't come from dreams." "I know that." Riley's eyes burned with tears. "But I was asleep. I swear I was asleep. There was no one." "All unmated females to the square! Now!" Alpha Garrett's voice boomed across the compound, enhanced by his alpha command. Riley felt it like a physical push, compelling her forward. Her father grabbed her arm, but she was already moving, unable to resist the command. The square was the central gathering place of their pack, a cleared area of hard-packed dirt surrounded by the main cabins. Riley joined the growing crowd of women and girls, all of them looking terrified, many with fresh mate marks visible on their necks and shoulders. Riley did a quick count. 23. 23 marked females, ranging from girls as young as 12 to women in their 30s. The entire unmated female population of the pack.
Alpha Garrett stood on the raised platform usually reserved for pack meetings and executions. He was a massive man, his wolf a dominant alpha that made the air around him feel heavy and oppressive. His face was mottled red with rage.
"Who was it?" he snarled, his eyes raking over them. "Which one of you brought males into this pack? Which one of you invited this?" Silence. Terrified, trembling silence. "Answer me!" Ugh! Riley flinched. Beside her, a girl named Sophie started crying. She was only 12, small and fragile-looking, and she looked like she might faint. Alpha, one of the women, Jessica, 28 and usually defiant, spoke up with a shaking voice. "We don't know. We were all asleep. We didn't invite anyone. We didn't—" "Lies!" Beta Marcus stepped forward, his face twisted with fury. "Mate marks don't appear from thin air. Someone had to apply them. Someone had to bite you." "Free!" "We're telling the truth," Mara Chen said, her voice stronger than Jessica's but still afraid. "We were all asleep. We all had dreams." "Dreams?" Alpha Garrett laughed, the sound cold and cruel. "You expect us to believe that phantom men marked all of you in your sleep." "I don't know what happened," Mara said, "but I know I didn't invite anyone. I know I was in my bed all night. My parents were right outside my door. Ask them." Several fathers in the crowd called out confirmation, but Alpha Garrett silenced them with a look. "The scents," Riley whispered to Mara. "Can they smell who marked us?" "I don't recognize mine. It's not anyone from the pack." Alpha Garrett was conferring with Beta Marcus and the enforcers. Riley strained to hear, catching fragments. "Outside wolves. Invasion. Can't track the scents. Already gone." Finally, Alpha Garrett turned back to them, and the look on his face made Riley's blood run cold. "You are all contaminated," he said flatly. "Marked by unknown males, possibly from rival packs, possibly as an act of war. Until we determine what happened and why, you are all considered security risks." "Security risks?" Jessica's voice rose. "We're the victims here. We were attacked in our sleep." "You are marked property that belongs to males outside this pack," Alpha Garrett said. "That makes you compromised. You will be confined to the work camps. You will have no contact with the rest of the pack. You will be monitored at all times. And if we find evidence that any of you conspired in this," his smile was vicious, "there will be consequences." The crowd erupted. Parents shouted protests. The marked women cried out in dismay. Riley felt like the ground was tilting beneath her feet. "Papa," she called out, searching the crowd for her father. But the enforcers were already moving forward, separating the marked women from their families, herding them toward the eastern edge of the compound where the work camps were located. Crude barracks used for punishment details and the pack's most brutal labor. Riley caught sight of her father, tears streaming down his face, being held back by 2 pack males. He was an Omega. He had no power here, no authority to protect her. "It's okay, Papa," Riley called out, trying to sound brave even though she was terrified. "It's okay." But it wasn't okay. As the enforcers marched them toward the work camps, Riley looked back at the pack grounds one last time. She saw the other pack members watching with a mixture of pity and relief that it wasn't them. She saw the Alpha's cold satisfaction. She saw her father collapse to his knees. And she thought of Cruz, her older brother who had left for Alpha College 2 years ago. Cruz, who had promised to come back and make things better. Cruz, who sent secret letters telling her to be strong, to survive, that he had a plan. "Is this your plan, Cruz?" Riley thought, her hand pressed to the burning mark on her shoulder. "Did you do this?" The Shadow Man's voice echoed in her memory. "I'm so sorry, but this is the only way to protect you." Protection. This was supposed to be protection. Riley looked around at the 22 other women and girls being marched toward imprisonment, toward punishment for something they didn't do, toward a fate none of them had chosen. If this was protection, she thought, what would destruction look like? Ein. The work camp gates closed behind them with a sound like thunder, and Riley's new life began. Chapter 2. The Work Camp. The barracks smelled of mildew, old sweat, and despair. Riley stood just inside the doorway, her arms wrapped around herself, taking in what would be her new home. The building was long and narrow, with a row of thin mattresses on crude wooden frames lining each wall. A single wood-burning stove sat in the center, unlit despite the morning chill. 2 small windows, both cracked, let in weak light. 23 women and girls for 46 beds, At least they'd have space. Inside! Move! The enforcer, a brutal man named Kent, shoved Sophie, the 12-year-old, and she stumbled forward with a cry. Riley caught her automatically, steadying the smaller girl. "She's moving," Riley said, keeping her voice level even though her heart was pounding. Showing fear would only make things worse. Kent's eyes narrowed. "You got a mouth on you, girl." "No, sir. Better not." He looked around at all of them, his lip curling in disgust. "You're all traitors as far as the Alpha's concerned. Marked by unknown males, probably enemy wolves. You'll work the quarry, the lumber detail, the tanning pits, whatever we need. You step out of line even once, and you'll regret it. Understood?" A murmured chorus of "Yes, sir" rippled through the group. "You'll get 2 meals a day. You'll sleep here. No visitors. No contact with the rest of the pack. The Alpha will decide what to do with you once he figures out what the hell happened." Kent spat on the floor. "Traitor bitches." He left, slamming the door behind him. They heard a bar drop into place on the outside, locked in. For a long moment, no one moved. No one spoke. Riley could hear Sophie's quiet crying, could feel the fear radiating from every woman in the room. Then Jessica, the oldest at 28, walked over to the stove and started examining it. "Someone help me get this lit," she said, her voice rough but steady. "It's cold as hell in here." It was such a normal request, such a practical concern, that it broke the spell of shock. Several women moved to help. Riley guided Sophie to one of the beds near the stove and sat her down. "What's your name?" Riley asked gently, even though she knew. The pack was small enough that everyone knew everyone, at least by sight. "Sophie. Sophie Anderson." The girl's eyes were red-rimmed, her whole body shaking. "I'm 12. I don't even have my wolf yet. I don't understand why anyone would mark me. I don't understand any of this. I'm Riley Merritt. I'm 14, and I don't have my wolf yet either." Riley squeezed Sophie's hand. "We're going to figure this out, okay? We're going to be okay." She had no idea if that was true, but Sophie needed to hear it. More women were beginning to talk now, quiet conversations filling the barracks. Riley heard fragments. "My mate Mark doesn't smell like anyone I know. My parents couldn't even look at me. The quarry. I've heard people die in the quarry." Can't be a coincidence. All of us in one night. A woman approached Riley and Sophie. She was tall, muscular, with dark skin and intelligent eyes. Riley recognized her as Imani Brooks, 18, one of the few females in the pack who had been allowed any education beyond basic reading. "You're Cruz Merritt's little sister," Imani said. It wasn't a question. Riley nodded warily. "Do you know my brother?" "I know of him. He left for Alpha College 2 years ago with the leadership's kids. Only non-legacy student they've ever sent." Imani's eyes were sharp, assessing. "Seems like quite a coincidence, doesn't it?" Cruz leaves, and 2 years later, something impossible happens that targets every unmated female in the pack. Riley's mouth went dry. She'd had the same thought, but hearing someone else say it out loud made it real. "What are you suggesting?" "I'm not suggesting anything. I'm just thinking out loud." Imani looked around at the other women, 23 of us, all marked in our sleep by males whose scents none of us recognize, all marked the same night. And according to Alpha Garrett, whoever did this is long gone. They can't track them. "That's impossible," Sophie whispered. "How could anyone get into the pack, mark all of us, and get out without being detected?" "Exactly," Imani said softly. So either they're lying about not being able to track the males, or whoever did this is very, very good. Before Riley could respond, a sharp voice cut through the barracks. Everyone, listen up! Mara Chen stood near the stove, which was now crackling with a small fire. She was 16, with long black hair and a scar on her cheek from a pack discipline session a year ago. She'd been caught teaching some of the younger girls to read. We need to organize, Mara said, her voice carrying authority despite her fear. We need to figure out who we are, what skills we have, and how we're going to survive this. Because it's pretty clear no one else is going to help us. Survive? A woman named Kara laughed bitterly. She was 22, with a baby face and hard eyes. We're marked by unknown males and locked in a work camp. The Alpha thinks we're traitors. Our own families won't protect us. What exactly is there to survive for? For the chance that this gets better, Mara said firmly. For the chance that whoever marked us had a reason. For the chance that we can find a way out of this. There is no way out, another woman said. Riley thought her name was Leah. We're marked. We're bonded. Even if we wanted to leave the pack, our supposed mates could track us anywhere. Could they? Imani interjected. Has anyone felt their mate through the bond? Silence. Then, slowly, women began shaking their heads. I can feel something, Jessica said slowly, like a presence, far away. But it's not clear. It's not like the mate bonds I've heard about. Same, Mara confirmed. It's there, but distant, muted. Riley pressed her hand to her mark. She could feel it too, something on the edge of her awareness, like a candle flame in the far distance. Present, but not close. So whoever marked us isn't nearby, Imani said. And if they're not nearby, they can't have been from the pack, which means they came from outside, marked all of us in a coordinated attack, and left. The question is, why? Does it matter? Kara demanded. Why doesn't change what happened? Why doesn't change that we're locked in here and probably going to be worked to death in the quarry? Why matters? Because it tells us if we have allies or enemies, Mara said. If this was an attack meant to hurt us, we're in trouble. But if this was meant to protect us somehow... Protect us? Kara's laugh was sharp and painful. By marking us against our will? By turning the whole pack against us? By getting us locked up? Some protection. She has a point, Jessica said quietly. If this was meant to help, it's a pretty twisted way of doing it. Riley thought of the Shadow Man's voice. I'm sorry, but this is the only way to protect you. Maybe, she said softly, and everyone turned to look at her. Maybe it wasn't supposed to go like this. Maybe whoever did it thought the marks would protect us from something else, something worse. What could be worse than this? Sophie asked. Riley didn't have an answer, but she thought about the way Alpha Garrett looked at young women. She thought about what had happened to her mother, taken by the Alpha when Cruz was 17, used and killed. She thought about the casual cruelty of the pack leadership, the way females were treated as property, as breeding stock, as disposable. Maybe there were worse things than mate marks. It doesn't matter right now, Mara said. What matters is that we're in this together, whether we like it or not. We're all marked. We're all in this barracks. We're all going to be forced into hard labor, so we need to work together. Work together how? Leah asked. Share skills, share information, watch each other's backs. Mara looked around at all of them. Some of us are strong, some of us are smart, some of us are healers, or hunters or builders. We pool what we have, and we survive. And then what? Kara challenged. We survive for what? To spend the rest of our lives in this camp? To survive until things change, Mara said. Until we find out why this happened. Until we find our mates or break these bonds. Until something, anything, gives us a chance to get out of here. It was a thin hope, Riley thought, but it was something. I'll start, Jessica said, stepping forward. I'm Jessica Moore, 28. I worked in the kitchens before this. I know how to make food stretch, how to preserve it, how to cook pretty much anything. And I know some basic healing, herbs and poultices, stuff my grandmother taught me. There was a pause, then Imani stepped forward. Imani Brooks, 18. I can read and write. I know some mathematics, and I'm strong. I've been working lumber details since I was 13. Slowly, others began to speak up. Mara Chen, 16. I can track and hunt. I know the mountains around the Pack territory. Kara Davis, 22. I worked the tannery. I know leather work, how to make it last. Leah Martinez, 19. I'm fast. I can run for hours without getting tired. One by one, they introduced themselves, sharing their ages, their skills, their strengths. Riley learned their names, their faces, tried to commit it all to memory. These were her people now, whether she'd chosen them or not. When it was her turn, Riley stood. Riley Merritt, 14. I don't have my wolf yet, but I'm learning fast. My brother taught me some self-defense before he left, and I'm good at seeing patterns, at figuring things out. Sophie went last, her voice small. Sophie Anderson, 12. I don't know what I'm good at. I'm small. I'm scared. I'm sorry. Don't apologize, Mara said gently. We were all 12 once. You'll find your strength. The introductions complete, they began to organize. Jessica and several others sorted through the supplies in the barracks. Thin blankets, a few cooking pots, some basic tools. Imani and Mara started making lists of who could do what. The younger girls, including Riley and Sophie, were tasked with checking the bunks for problems. Riley was examining a bed frame when the door burst open. Kent stood there with 2 other enforcers. Quarry detail. Everyone who's older than 15. Out now. The rest of you, firewood detail. Move! The women scrambled to comply. Riley joined the group heading out for firewood. Her, Sophie, and 6 others. All young, all without their wolves yet. As she filed past Kent, he grabbed her arm hard enough to bruise. Your brother's a traitor, he hissed in her ear. We all know he had something to do with this. When the Alpha figures out how to prove it, your whole family's dead. Riley's blood ran cold, but she kept her face neutral. Yes, sir. He shoved her forward, and she stumbled out into the cold mountain morning. The work camp was located on the eastern edge of Pack territory, far from the main compound. Around them were the quarry, the lumber staging area, the tanning pits, all the brutal, dangerous work that kept the Pack functioning. And now, 23 marked women to do it all. An enforcer led Riley's group toward the forest, a heavy axe over his shoulder. Riley fell into step beside Sophie, who looked like she might collapse. Stay close to me, Riley whispered. We'll get through this. But as they walked into the shadows of the trees, Riley couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning, that whatever Cruz had done, and she was certain now that he had done something, had set events in motion that none of them could stop. The Shadow Man had said the marks were meant to protect them. Riley touched her burning mate mark and prayed he was right. Because if this was protection, they were going to need all the strength they could find just to survive it. Chapter 3. First Blood. Riley's hands were bleeding by noon. The enforcer, a different one this time, a man named Drake, had given them each a small axe and pointed at a section of dead trees that needed to be cleared. "Fill the cart," he'd said. "Don't come back until it's full." The cart was massive, meant to be pulled by adult wolves in their shifted forms. 8 girls, none of them shifted yet, were supposed to fill it with firewood. Riley swung her axe again, feeling the impact jar through her arms and shoulders. The blade bit into the wood, but not deep enough. She yanked it free and swung again, and again. Her palms, soft from a life spent mostly indoors doing women's work, were developing blisters that had already burst and were now raw and bleeding. Beside her, Sophie was crying silently as she tried to swing her own axe. The tool was too heavy for her 12-year-old frame, and she could barely lift it, let alone make a useful cut. "Here," Riley said, dropping her axe and moving to help. "Let me show you a different way." She positioned Sophie's hands on the axe handle, showed her how to use her body weight instead of just her arms, how to aim for the cracks and weak points in the wood instead of trying to power through the grain. "Better?" Riley asked. Sophie nodded, but fresh tears were streaming down her face. "Boo-hoo!" "I can't do this, Riley. I'm not strong enough. I'm going to fail, and they're going to punish me. And—" "Hey," Riley caught Sophie's face between her bloody hands. "Look at me. You're not going to fail. We're going to work together, okay? We're all going to help each other. That's how we survive this." "Working together won't make me stronger," Sophie whispered. "No, but it'll make you smarter, and smart beats strong every time." It was something Cruz used to say to her, back when he was still home, back when he'd sneak her out to the training grounds at night to teach her things girls weren't supposed to learn. Riley swallowed against the sudden ache of missing her brother. Where was he? Did he know what was happening here? Had he really been the one to arrange the marking? "Riley! Sophie! Stop talking and start working!" Drake's shout made them both jump. They returned to their axes, but Riley kept thinking. 8 girls, 1 massive cart, impossible expectations. They were set up to fail. The question was, what would the punishment be when they did? By mid-afternoon, the cart was maybe a quarter full, and all 8 girls were flagging. Nearby, Riley could see another group, the older women who'd been sent to the quarry. Even from this distance, she could see them struggling with sledgehammers and pickaxes, breaking stone in the cold mountain air. "We need a new strategy," said a girl named Hannah. She was 15, tall and gangly, with red hair and a pragmatic streak. "We're never going to fill this cart by sundown working the way we are." "What do you suggest?" asked another girl. Zoe, 13, small and quiet. Hannah looked around, then lowered her voice. Of us keep cutting. The rest gather what's already on the ground. We're wasting time cutting new wood when there's deadfall everywhere." It made sense. Riley nodded. Sophie, Zoe, and— She looked at the youngest girl, who couldn't be more than 11. "What's your name?" "Iris," the girl whispered. "Iris Murphy. I'm 11. 11. Riley felt sick. Who would mark an 11-year-old? "Iris, you 3 gather deadfall," Riley said. "The rest of us will keep cutting. We work in shifts. 15 minutes cutting, 5 minutes gathering what's been cut. We all rotate so no one gets too exhausted. Who put you in charge? Hannah asked, but there was no hostility in it, just curiosity. No one. But we need to organize, and someone has to suggest something. Riley looked at the others. Anyone have a better idea? No one did. They divided up the tasks and got to work. The new strategy helped, but it wasn't enough. As the sun started to sink toward the western mountains, the cart was barely half full, and all 8 of them were swaying with exhaustion. Riley's hands were no longer bleeding because they'd gone numb. She wasn't sure if that was better or worse. Drake appeared from wherever he'd been lurking, took one look at the cart, and his face darkened.
That's it? That's all you've done?
We're working as fast as we can, Hannah said, her voice steady despite her fear. Not fast enough. Drake walked around the cart, shaking his head. Alpha said you were useless. Looks like he was right. We're not useless, Riley said, before she could stop herself. We're just not full-grown wolves. Give us time to... Drake backhanded her across the face. Riley hit the ground hard, stars exploding across her vision. She tasted blood. Through the ringing in her ears, she heard Sophie scream, heard the other girls gasp. You don't talk back, Drake said coldly. You don't make excuses. You do what you're told, when you're told. Understand? Riley pushed herself up on trembling arms, spat blood into the dirt. Yes, sir. All of you, understand? A chorus of yes, sir from the terrified girls. Good. Drake grabbed the cart's handle. Since you can't fill it, you'll pull it back anyway. All of you. And you'll work an extra hour tomorrow to make up the difference. 8 girls, harnessed to a cart meant for wolves. They pulled in silence, their feet slipping on the rocky path, their muscles screaming. Drake walked behind them, occasionally shouting at them to move faster. By the time they reached the work camp, Riley could barely stand. Her face throbbed where Drake had hit her. She could feel the swelling starting. Her hands were a mess of blood and blisters. Her shoulders felt like they were on fire. But she'd survived. They all had. The older women were already back, looking just as battered. As Riley's group stumbled into the barracks, Mara took one look at them and cursed.
Jessica! We need the healing supplies!
Jessica appeared with a small basket, herbs, clean cloth, a precious jar of salve. The older women descended on the younger ones, cleaning wounds, bandaging hands, murmuring comfort. Imani helped Riley to a bunk while Jessica examined her face. You're going to have a hell of a bruise, Jessica said softly. What happened? I talked back. Don't do that again, Imani said, but there was no judgment in her voice. They're looking for excuses to hurt us. Don't give them one. Riley nodded, then winced as the movement made her head throb. Sophie climbed onto the bunk beside Riley's, her small face streaked with tears and dirt. I'm sorry, she whispered. If I'd been stronger, if I'd worked faster. Stop, Riley said firmly. This isn't your fault. None of this is your fault. She's right, said a new voice. A woman Riley hadn't really met yet. Naomi, mid-20s, with kind eyes and gentle hands, sat down on Sophie's other side. They would have found a reason to hurt us no matter what. That's what they do. That's what they've always done. It's going to get worse, isn't it? Iris asked from another bunk. The 11-year-old looked so small, so fragile. No one answered, which was answer enough. That night, as the women and girls huddled around the small stove eating the meager dinner that had been brought to them, thin soup and stale bread, Mara called another meeting.
We need to talk about what happened today, she said. We need to share information so we can all learn from it.
The quarry group went first. They'd been breaking stone for the pack's building projects, brutal work that had left several women with badly bruised hands, and at least one with a possible broken finger.
The enforcers had been harsh, demanding impossible quotas, using any excuse to shove or strike them.
Then Riley's firewood group shared their experience. The cart, the impossible expectations, the violence. As each group spoke, patterns emerged. The enforcers were pushing them hard, harder than necessary. They were looking for weakness, for failure, for excuses to punish. And they were succeeding. We have to be smarter, Imani said. We have to find ways to meet their demands without killing ourselves.
How? Kara asked bitterly. She'd been in the quarry group and looked ready to break. They're demanding the impossible.
Then we do the impossible, Mara said. We work together. We share the load. We protect the weak and use the strong efficiently. We learn the tricks, the shortcuts, the ways to survive this. And if that's not enough, Jessica asked quietly. Mara's face was grim. Then we get creative. That night, Riley lay in her bunk, her body aching, her face throbbing, her hands wrapped in bandages. Around her, she could hear other women crying softly, could hear Sophie's whimpers of pain, could hear someone praying in Spanish. She pressed her hand to her mate mark. It was still there, still warm, still connected to someone far away who might or might not have meant to protect her. If you're out there, Riley thought, directing the words toward that distant presence, if you can hear me, if you did this to help us, we need more than a mark. We need actual help. We're dying here. There was no answer. There never was. Just the distant flicker of the bond, present but useless. Riley closed her eyes and thought of Cruz, her brilliant, strong, protective older brother. If he'd done this, if he'd orchestrated the marking, then he must have had a plan. He must have thought it would work. But plans failed. And right now, Riley and 22 other women were paying the price for whatever Cruz had set in motion. Tomorrow they'd get up and do it again. And the day after that, and the day after that, until either things changed or they broke completely. Riley fell asleep whispering a prayer that Cruz knew what he was doing, and that help was coming. Soon. Chapter 4. The System. 3 weeks into their imprisonment, Riley stood in the barracks watching Mara draw diagrams in the dirt floor with a stick. The quarry has 3 main areas, Mara was saying, pointing to her crude map. The upper level, where they're cutting new stone. The middle level, where they're breaking the big pieces into smaller ones. And the lower level, where they sort and load it onto carts. Around her, the 23 women sat in a rough circle. It was late evening, after their second meal. Barely enough to sustain them, but they'd learned to make it stretch. This had become their routine. Work all day, eat, then gather for what Mara called intelligence sharing.
The upper level is the most dangerous, Imani added.
She'd been on quarry duty for the past week. That's where the stone can shift and fall. Kira nearly got crushed yesterday. Kira, a quiet woman of 21, nodded, her face pale. A whole section came down. If Yasmin hadn't pulled me back. Yasmin,
23 and built like a warrior despite the pack's attempts to keep women weak, shrugged. We watch each other's backs. That's the rule. The middle level is the most exhausting, said Tara, 19 with clever hands. Breaking stone all day destroys your shoulders and hands, but it's safer than the upper level. And the lower level? Riley asked, taking notes in the dirt beside Mara's map. They couldn't risk writing things down on anything permanent. The enforcers searched the barracks regularly, but they'd learned to memorize patterns and share information orally. Easiest work, relatively speaking, Imani said. But the enforcers watch it closer because it's less dangerous, so they expect higher output. Less chance of injury, more chance of punishment for not working fast enough. Riley committed it all to memory. Over the past 3 weeks, they'd been developing what Mara called the system, a complex web of information sharing, task rotation, and mutual protection that helped them survive the brutal work details. The system had several key components. Intelligence gathering. Each woman paid attention to her work detail, noting dangers, opportunities, enforcer patterns, anything useful. Every evening, they shared this information so everyone could learn from everyone else's experiences. Skill sharing. Women with specific knowledge taught the others. Jessica taught basic healing and herb lore. Imani taught reading to those who couldn't. Yasmin taught self-defense techniques, though they had to be subtle about it. Mara taught tracking and wilderness survival. Resource management. Every scrap of food, every bit of material that came into the barracks, was carefully tracked and distributed. Jessica maintained a mental inventory and made sure nothing was wasted. Rotation system. They'd figured out which work details were most dangerous and most exhausting, and they rotated women through them so no one was assigned to the worst jobs for too long. It meant everyone suffered, but no one broke. Protection protocols. The younger girls, the weaker women, those who were injured or sick, they were protected. Stronger women took extra loads. Faster women covered for slower ones. They'd learned to make it look like individual effort while actually working as a coordinated team. And it was working. Barely. They were still exhausted, still underfed, still brutalized by the enforcers, but they were surviving. Tomorrow's assignments, Mara said, moving to the next topic. Drake told me they need a logging crew in the high forest. That's going to be Yasmin, Imani, Tara, Kira, and Naomi. It's dangerous. Lots of potential for accidents, but it's away from the main enforcers. You'll have more freedom. The 5 women nodded. Freedom, even supervised freedom, was precious. Quarry detail will be Jessica, Kara, Leah, Madison, Fiona, Violet, and Stella. I'll be with you. We'll work the middle level. It's our rotation. More nods. The middle level was brutal, but they'd all done it before. They knew what to expect. Tanning detail. Hannah, Brooke, Ivy, Winter, and Sienna. Autumn, you're the lead since you've done it before. Autumn, 26 and tough as nails, grimaced. The tanning pits were toxic, the fumes making people sick, but someone had to do it. The rest of you are on camp maintenance, firewood, water hauling, latrine duty, repairs. Riley, you're in charge of that group. Riley blinked. Me? You've been doing it for 3 weeks. You're good at organizing the younger girls, keeping them safe, making sure the work gets done without anyone getting hurt. Mara looked at her steadily. You're a natural leader, Riley. Use it. Riley felt heat rise to her face. She was only 14, barely older than some of the girls she'd be supervising, But Sophie was looking at her with hope, and Iris with trust, and Zoe with relief that someone competent would be in charge.
"Okay," Riley said. "I can do that." After the assignments were settled, they moved on to the next part of their evening routine: physical assessment. Jessica went around the circle, checking each woman for injuries, illness, signs of breaking. She'd developed a mental chart of everyone's condition, and she triaged ruthlessly. Those who were worst off got the most food, the warmest sleeping spots near the stove, the lighter work assignments. "Violet, your cough is getting worse," Jessica said, pressing her ear to the woman's chest. "I need you on light duty tomorrow. No quarry work." "I can handle it," Violet started. "No arguments. If that cough turns into pneumonia, you're useless to all of us." Jessica's voice was firm but kind. "Light duty. Camp maintenance with Riley's group." Violet nodded reluctantly. Jessica continued her rounds. She rebandaged Kira's bruised ribs, applied salve to Tara's blistered hands, gave Kara some herbs for the headaches that had been plaguing her. When she got to Sophie, Jessica paused. The 12-year-old had lost weight, her already small frame becoming gaunt. Her hands were covered in barely healed cuts from the firewood detail, and she had dark circles under her eyes. "You're not eating enough," Jessica said softly. "I'm eating my share." "You're giving half your share to Iris." Jessica glanced at the 11-year-old, who looked guilty. "Both of you need to eat your full portions. You're still growing. You need the nutrition." "There's not enough," Sophie whispered. "Iris is smaller than me. She needs—" "You both need to eat." Jessica looked around the circle. "We're going to start supplementing. Some of us have been setting snares in the forest during work details. We've caught 2 rabbits and a squirrel so far. It's not much, but we'll make a stew tomorrow night and make sure the youngest girls get extra." "That's risky," Imani said. "If the enforcers catch us hunting." "They won't catch us. We're careful." Jessica's voice was steel. "These girls are starving. I won't watch them waste away when we can do something about it." Riley felt a surge of gratitude for Jessica, for all the older women who'd stepped up to protect the younger ones. They could have hoarded resources, could have protected only themselves. Instead, they'd formed this fierce, protective sisterhood. After physical assessment came the hardest part of the evening: emotional check-in. It had been Naomi's idea. "We're not just bodies doing labor," she'd said during the first week. "We're people with feelings, with breaking points. We need to acknowledge that." So every night, anyone who needed to talk could speak. There were no judgments, no dismissals, just listening. Tonight, it was Kara who spoke first. She'd been getting harder, more brittle, over the past weeks. "I don't think I can keep doing this," she said, her voice flat. "I don't think there's a point. We're just existing, suffering. For what? So we can suffer more tomorrow?" "For the hope that it gets better," Mara said gently. "When?" Kara demanded. "When does it get better? When our supposed mates come for us? We don't even know who they are. When the alpha decides to let us go? He never will. When we make it better ourselves," Riley interrupted. Everyone looked at her. "My brother, Cruz, he left this pack to get stronger. He said he'd come back and change things. I think he's the one who organized the marking." She'd been suspecting it for weeks, but this was the first time she'd said it out loud. The words hung in the air. "You think your brother marked us?" Yasmin asked carefully.
Not personally, but I think he organized it. I think he found strong wolves, maybe his friends from college, and convinced them to help him. I think the marks were supposed to protect us from something. Maybe from being forced to mate with pack males we didn't choose. Maybe from being used by the alpha and beta like my mother was. Riley's voice cracked on the last words. She still couldn't think about her mother without pain. So this is protection? Kara's laugh was bitter. Being locked up and worked like slaves? I don't think it was supposed to go like this, Riley said. I think the plan was that the marks would make the leadership afraid to touch us, afraid of retaliation from our mates. But it backfired. They didn't get scared. They got angry. And now we're here. If Cruz did this, Imani said slowly, if he organized this whole thing, then he has a plan. This can't be the end of it. What if it is? Leah asked. What if this was the whole plan and it failed? Then we make our own plan, Mara said firmly. We survive. We get stronger. And when an opportunity comes, when the leadership makes a mistake, when our mates actually show up, when anything changes, we're ready to take it. I'm scared, Sophie whispered. I'm scared all the time. I'm scared of the enforcers. Scared of the work, scared of getting hurt, scared of dying here. We're all scared, Naomi said gently, pulling Sophie into a hug. Fear is normal. Fear means you're smart enough to understand the danger, but fear doesn't have to stop us. We're here, Riley added, moving to sit beside Sophie. All of us. You're not alone in this. One by one, others joined them, until all 23 women and girls were in a tight huddle around the stove, arms around each other, supporting each other. They were marked against their will. They were imprisoned. They were brutalized and starved and worked until they could barely stand. But they were together. And together, Riley was beginning to believe they might actually survive this. That night, after the others had gone to sleep, Riley lay awake thinking about the system they'd built. It was impressive, really. In just 3 weeks, they'd gone from a scattered group of terrified individuals to a coordinated unit. But the system had limits. It could help them survive, but it couldn't free them. It could protect them from some dangers, but not all. It could give them hope, but it couldn't guarantee a future. Riley pressed her hand to her mate mark, feeling the distant flicker of the bond. Whoever had marked her was far away, living their life, probably not even thinking about the chaos they'd caused. We're surviving, Riley thought toward that distant presence. But we need more than survival. We need rescue. We need change. We need you to finish what you started. No answer, just the steady flicker of the bond, like a lighthouse in the distance that never got closer. Riley closed her eyes and tried to believe that Cruz knew what he was doing, that this suffering had a purpose, that someday, somehow, they'd be free. Chapter 5. The Stirring. Riley woke in the middle of the night to a sensation she'd never felt before. Something was moving inside her. Not painfully, exactly, but powerfully. A presence unfurling, stretching, waking up after a long sleep. Her wolf. She sat up in bed, her heart pounding. She was only 14 and a half. Most wolves didn't emerge until 15 or 16, sometimes later. But there was no mistaking the feeling. Her wolf was stirring. Hello, Riley thought tentatively, reaching inward toward that new presence.
A wave of emotion rolled back at her. Curiosity, protectiveness, anger at their situation, and something fierce and wild that Riley didn't have words for. Her wolf wasn't fully awake yet, wasn't ready to emerge, but she was there, aware, growing stronger. Riley pressed her hand to her chest, feeling the double heartbeat, hers and her wolf's, not quite synchronized yet, but moving toward it. Across the barracks, she heard someone else gasp softly. Riley looked over to see Zoe sitting up in her bunk, her eyes wide with wonder and fear.
"Riley,"
Zoe whispered.
Are you? "My wolf,"
Riley whispered back.
"She's waking up."
"Mine too." Zoe's voice was shaking. "But I'm only 13. It's too early." Movement from another bunk. Hannah sat up, her red hair wild around her face. "Make that 3 of us." Within minutes, half a dozen of the younger girls were awake, all of them experiencing the same thing, their wolves stirring months or even years earlier than expected. "What's happening?" Sophie asked, her voice small and frightened. "I can feel something, but it's not time yet. I'm only 12. Mara appeared beside them, moving quietly so as not to wake the enforcers, who slept in a cabin nearby. "Your wolves are responding to the stress," she said softly. "To the danger. It happens sometimes. Trauma can trigger an early emergence." "Is that bad?" Iris asked. At 11, she was the youngest, and Riley could see tears in her eyes. "I don't want my wolf yet. I'm not ready." "Your wolf will come when she's ready, not before," Mara assured her. "What you're feeling now is just the stirring, the awareness. It could be months before she actually emerges. Or it could be sooner," Imani added, joining them. "Especially if we keep facing life-threatening situations. The wolf protects the human. If you're in enough danger, she'll come early to save you." Riley thought about her brother Cruz. She'd heard the story dozens of times, how witnessing their mother's death had brought his wolf early, how the trauma had triggered the transformation 2 years before it should have happened. His wolf had emerged as a beta, powerful and dominant, because that's what Cruz had needed to survive. Was the same thing happening to them? Over the next week, the stirring continued. Riley felt her wolf growing stronger each day, more present, more aware. She wasn't ready to shift yet, but Riley could feel her influence, increased strength, sharper senses, faster healing. The other girls reported similar experiences. Zoe's sense of smell became acute enough that she could track someone through the forest by scent alone. Hannah's hearing sharpened until she could hear conversations from hundreds of yards away. Sophie's night vision improved dramatically. "We're getting stronger," Riley told Mara during one of their evening intelligence sessions. "All of us young ones. Our wolves are helping us even though they haven't emerged yet." "That's good," Mara said. "We're going to need every advantage we can get." She wasn't wrong! The work details were getting harder, the enforcers more brutal. Alpha Garrett had apparently decided that the marked women were useless for breeding, contaminated by outside males, so they might as well be worked to death. The quotas increased. The rations decreased. The punishments became more severe. But the women adapted. They used their developing abilities, their growing coordination, their hard-won knowledge of the system to survive. Riley's camp maintenance crew became incredibly efficient. With her wolf-enhanced strength, Riley could carry twice as much firewood as before. Sophie's night vision meant they could work earlier and later, getting more done in less time.
The younger girls, once the weakest members of their group, were becoming assets. 10 days after the stirring began, everything changed. Riley was leading her crew through the forest on a firewood run when she heard it. A scream, abruptly cut off. Her wolf surged to alertness, flooding her with adrenaline. "Stay here," Riley told Sophie and the others. "Riley, we should." "Stay here." Riley used a touch of the command she'd been developing, and the younger girls froze. Riley ran toward the scream, her enhanced speed carrying her through the forest faster than she'd ever moved before. She burst into a clearing and stopped dead. Violet, the woman with the persistent cough, was on the ground, an enforcer standing over her. Not Drake or Kent, but a younger one named Marcus, who'd been getting progressively more aggressive with the marked women. Violet's shirt was torn. She was bleeding from a cut on her face, and Marcus was unbuckling his belt. Riley's wolf snarled inside her, and before she could think about it, before she could consider the consequences, she was moving. She hit Marcus like a freight train, knocking him away from Violet. They went down in a tangle of limbs, and Riley's wolf fed her strength and speed and rage. "You don't touch her!" Riley snarled, and her voice came out deeper, rougher, her wolf lending power to the words. Marcus threw her off, and Riley rolled to her feet. He was bigger, stronger, a full adult male with his wolf fully emerged. But Riley's wolf was surging toward the surface, lending her power she shouldn't have had yet. "You little bitch," Marcus growled. "You're going to regret that." He came at her, and Riley met him. The fight was brief and brutal. Marcus had training and experience, but Riley had desperation and a wolf that was protecting both her and the woman on the ground. She dodged his first strike, landed a kick to his knee that made him stumble, got her hands around his throat and squeezed. Her wolf wanted to kill him! Riley could feel the bloodlust, the primal need to eliminate the threat, but she forced herself to hold back, to just choke him until he passed out instead of crushing his windpipe. Marcus collapsed, unconscious. Riley stood over him, panting, her whole body shaking with adrenaline and the effort of controlling her wolf. "Riley." Violet's voice was weak, terrified. Riley turned to her, forcing her wolf back down, forcing herself to breathe. "Are you okay? Did he?" "Boo-hoo! No! You stopped him in time." Violet was crying. "But Riley, what you just did, they're going to punish you. They're going to..." "They're not going to do anything," said a new voice. Riley spun to see Yasmin emerging from the trees, followed by Imani, Mara, and 6 other women from the logging detail. They must have heard the commotion and come running. Yasmin looked at Marcus's unconscious form, then at Riley, then back at Marcus. Well, that's going to be a problem. "He was attacking Violet," Riley said quickly. "He was going to..." "We know." Mara's voice was hard. "We've been watching him. He's been getting bolder, testing boundaries. It was only a matter of time before he tried something like this." "What do we do?" Imani asked. "When he wakes up, he's going to report Riley. She attacked an enforcer. That's a death sentence." Riley's stomach dropped. She'd acted on instinct, protecting someone who needed help. But Imani was right. Attacking an enforcer was forbidden. The punishment was death. "We could kill him," Yasmin said flatly. "Hide the body. Say he disappeared in the forest." "They'd search," Mara said. "They'd find evidence, and they'd punish all of us." "So what?" Riley's voice came out as a whisper. I just let them kill me? No! Violet struggled to her feet, supported by Naomi, who had just arrived. No, you saved me. I won't let you die for that. None of us will, Mara said. She looked around at the gathered women, and Riley saw determination on every face. We protect our own. That's the rule. How? Riley asked. How do we protect me from this? Mara thought for a moment, then her eyes lit up. We tell the truth. Most of it, anyway. Marcus attacked Violet. Riley came to help, but instead of Riley attacking him, we say that Violet's mate felt the attack through the bond and sent a surge of power that knocked Marcus out. Will they believe that? Imani asked, doubtfully. The bonds are still mysterious to everyone, Mara said. We don't know their full capabilities. If we all tell the same story, that Violet's unknown mate somehow protected her through the bond, they can't prove otherwise. And it reminds them that we have powerful mates somewhere, Yasmin added, catching on. Mates who might take offense if they keep abusing us. It was a thin story, but it might work. It had to work. They spent the next 10 minutes making sure everyone knew the story, making sure the details matched. Then Yasmin threw a bucket of cold water on Marcus to wake him up. He came to sputtering and immediately tried to grab for Riley. But all 11 women were surrounding him now, and even an enforcer had to think twice before attacking 11 females, mate marks or no mate marks. What the hell happened? Marcus demanded, getting to his feet unsteadily. Heel! You attacked me, Violet said, her voice shaking but brave. You tried to force yourself on me, and my mate felt it through the bond. He sent power through the mark and knocked you unconscious. Marcus's eyes widened. That's impossible. Is it? Mara asked. How much do you really know about mate bonds with powerful wolves? Violet's mate might be an alpha. For all we know, he might be very unhappy that you tried to assault his female. Riley could see the fear creeping into Marcus's eyes. The whole pack had been on edge since the marking, afraid of retaliation from unknown wolves who could apparently infiltrate their territory at will. The idea that those wolves could protect their mates even from a distance? It was terrifying and perfect. You're lying, Marcus said, but he didn't sound sure. Am I? Violet pulled down her shirt to show her mate mark, which was glowing faintly with heat, a normal reaction to stress that could be interpreted as mate bond activity. Do you want to test it? Try to hurt me again and see what happens? Marcus backed up a step. He looked at all the women surrounding him, at their unified front, at their unflinching stares. The Alpha will hear about this, he muttered. Good, Mara said calmly. Tell him that you tried to assault one of the marked women, and her mate retaliated through the bond. Tell him that we're not as unprotected as he thinks. See how he reacts. Marcus fled, actually turned and ran back toward the compound like a scared child. As soon as he was gone, Riley's legs gave out. She sat down hard on the ground, shaking uncontrollably. She'd just attacked an enforcer. She'd almost killed him. Her wolf had almost taken full control. You did good, Yasmin said, sitting down beside her. You protected Violet. That took guts. I almost blew it, Riley said. I almost got all of us killed. But you didn't. Mara crouched in front of her. You fought, you won, and then you stopped. You controlled your wolf even when she wanted blood. That's impressive, Riley, especially for someone whose wolf hasn't even fully emerged yet. Riley looked up at her. She's coming soon, my wolf. I can feel her getting stronger, getting closer to the surface. The attack pushed her forward. Mine too, said Zoe, who had apparently ignored Riley's order to stay back. I felt her surge when I heard the scream. She wanted to help. Several other young women nodded. The stirring was turning into something more, something powerful. We're changing, Riley said softly. All of us. The work, the danger, the bonds. It's making us stronger. Good, Violet said, her voice fierce despite her tears. Because we're going to need to be strong to survive this. They returned to camp as a group, staying close together, protecting each other. When they arrived, the story had already spread. Marcus had reported to Alpha Garrett, and apparently the Alpha was furious but also afraid. That night, the rations were slightly larger. The enforcers kept their distance. And for the first time since the marking, Riley felt something that wasn't fear or despair. She felt hope. Her wolf stirred in agreement, fierce and protective and ready. Soon, she promised her wolf. Soon we'll be strong enough to change everything. Chapter 6. The Stories We Tell. 2 months after the marking, the women of the work camp had developed rituals that kept them sane. The evening intelligence briefing, the physical assessments, the emotional check-ins. But Riley's favorite was the newest addition, story time. It had started accidentally. One night, when the barracks was too cold to sleep and everyone was huddled around the stove, Naomi had started talking about her life before the marking. About her grandmother who had taught her to weave, about the patterns and colors she used to create, about the beauty she'd once been allowed to make before the pack's leadership decided women didn't need creative pursuits. The others had listened, hungry for something that wasn't about survival or pain or fear. When Naomi finished, someone else had shared, and then another, and another. Now it was a nightly tradition. After the practical business of surviving was handled, they shared pieces of themselves, memories, dreams, stories that reminded them they were more than just marked women in a work camp. Tonight, it was Autumn's turn. She was 26, tough and weathered, with a scar across her collarbone from a disciplinary session 3 years ago. I was going to leave, Autumn said, staring into the fire. Before the marking, I had a plan. I'd been saving dried meat, stealing supplies, mapping the territory. I was going to run. Why didn't you? Ivy asked. She was 17, quiet, with clever eyes that missed nothing. Because they would have hunted me down and made an example of me. And because... Autumn's voice dropped. Because my little sister is still in the pack. She's only 10, not marked. She's too young. If I'd run, they would have punished her for my rebellion. So I stayed. Riley understood that. Understood choosing to suffer so someone you loved wouldn't have to. She thought about Cruz, wondered if he'd made similar calculations when he'd left for Alpha College. Had he wanted to take her with him? Had he stayed longer than he should have because he couldn't bear to leave her behind? Now I can't leave, Autumn continued. The mate mark means they could track me anywhere. But sometimes I wonder if my mate, whoever he is, would help me if I asked. If I sent a message through the bonds somehow, would he come for me? Or was the marking just a one-time thing, and he's forgotten I exist? It was a question they all wrestled with. The bonds were there. They could feel them, distant and muted but present. But the males on the other end never reached out, never sent comfort or communication or help. It was like being connected to ghosts. Maybe they can't, Mara offered. Maybe the bonds don't work that way. Maybe they can only feel us if we're in extreme distress.
I've been in extreme distress, Kara said bitterly. We all have. If they can feel anything, they know we're suffering, and they're doing nothing about it. Or they're waiting, Imani suggested. Maybe there's a larger plan we don't know about. Maybe they're waiting for the right moment. Or maybe they just don't care, Kara shot back. Maybe marking us was about territory or pride or some political game, and we're just collateral damage.
Riley didn't want to believe that. Couldn't believe that. Because if the marking had been meaningless, if there was no plan, no purpose, no hope of rescue, then what were they surviving for? I choose to believe they care, Naomi said softly, because the alternative is too painful. I choose to believe that whoever marked me did it to protect me, and that someday I'll understand why. Several women nodded. Others looked skeptical, but they all moved on, because dwelling on questions they couldn't answer only led to despair. The stories continued. Yasmin talked about learning to fight from her father before he died, about the secret training sessions in the middle of the night. Tara talked about her mother, who'd been a builder, who'd taught her to see the bones of things, to understand how pieces fit together. When it was Riley's turn, she talked about Cruz. He was 17 when our mother died, Riley said, her voice steady even though the memory hurt. The Alpha took her, used her, killed her, and my father, he's an Omega, he couldn't stop it. But Cruz's wolf came early because of the trauma. A beta wolf, strong and dominant, and I saw him make a choice. Everyone was listening intently. They all knew pieces of this story, but Riley had never told the whole thing. He could have challenged the Alpha right then, Riley continued. His wolf was powerful enough, but he would have lost. He was too young, too inexperienced. So instead, he swallowed his rage and his grief, and he made a plan. He accepted the spot at Alpha College that the pack offered. He left, and he promised me that he'd come back stronger, that he'd change things, that he'd make sure what happened to our mother never happened to anyone else. And you think the marking was part of his plan, Imani said. I know it was. Riley met her eyes. I figured it out about a month ago. The timing is too perfect. Cruz has been at college for 2 years. He'd be 19 now, probably close to graduating. He'd have made connections, made friends, found strong wolves who believe in changing the old ways, and marking all the unmated females in his home pack, giving us the protection of powerful mates. It's exactly the kind of thing he'd do. Even if it backfired? Kara challenged. Even if it got us locked up. I don't think he knew it would backfire, Riley said. I think he thought the marks would make the leadership afraid, that they'd back off, leave us alone, treat us better, because we belong to unknown wolves who might retaliate. He couldn't have predicted that Alpha Garrett would react by imprisoning us instead. So what's his plan now? Violet asked. Is he coming back? Is he going to fix this? I don't know, but I believe he's trying. I believe he's working on something, and I believe we need to survive until he gets here. Riley looked around at all of them. That's my story. That's why I keep fighting. Because my brother fought for me, and I have to honor that by staying alive. The silence that followed was heavy but not uncomfortable. Finally, Sophie spoke up. I don't have a story like that, she said quietly. Nothing dramatic or important. I'm just a 12-year-old girl who likes flowers and doesn't understand why any of this happened to me. But I'm still here, and I guess that's my story. I'm still here, even though I'm scared all the time, even though I want to give up sometimes. I'm still here, because all of you won't let me quit. Sophie's simple honesty broke something open in the group. One by one, women started talking about not just their pasts, but their presents, about the tiny victories that kept them going. A full night's sleep, a slightly larger meal, a day without serious injury, about the moments of connection and laughter that felt like rebellion against the bleakness of their situation. "Yesterday," Zoe said, "I saw a bird's nest in the tree where we were cutting firewood, and the mother bird was feeding her babies, and they were chirping so loud and demanding, and I laughed. For the first time in weeks, I actually laughed. Because those baby birds didn't care about pack politics, or mate marks, or work camps. They just wanted to be fed, and loved, and protected. And I thought, that's what we all want. That's what we deserve." "I found a perfect stone in the quarry," Kira added. "Smooth and round, exactly the right size to fit in my palm. I kept it in my pocket all day, and every time I touched it, I felt grounded, connected to something solid. It's stupid, but it helped." "It's not stupid," Jessica said. "We need those moments. We need beauty and joy and simple pleasures, or we'll lose ourselves completely." The sharing continued late into the night. Small stories, quiet victories, moments of grace in the darkness. And Riley realized that this sharing, this vulnerability, this willingness to be human with each other was just as important to their survival as the system. They weren't just surviving physically, they were surviving emotionally, spiritually, as whole people who refused to be broken down into nothing but tools for labor. When story time finally wound down, Mara stood up with an announcement. "I've been working on something," she said. "A way to communicate with the outside world, or at least with the rest of the pack." That got everyone's attention. "There are still people in the main pack who care about us," Mara continued. "Our families, friends, people who are horrified by what's happening but too afraid to speak up. I've been leaving messages in the forest, hidden spots where sympathetic pack members can find them, and I've been finding replies." "That's incredibly dangerous," Imani said, but she sounded impressed rather than critical. "I know, but it's working. I've been getting information, what the Alpha is planning, how the rest of the pack is reacting, whether there's any support for us." Mara pulled out a small piece of bark with scratches on it. "This was left for me 3 days ago. It says the Alpha is planning to increase our work quotas again, but it also says that there's a growing number of pack members who think what's happening to us is wrong. Not enough to challenge the Alpha, but enough to help us in small ways." "How small?" Yasmin asked. "Extra food left in the forest, tools that go missing from the main compound and turn up near our work sites, information about enforcer rotations and patrol schedules." Mara smiled slightly. "We have allies, not many and not powerful ones, but they exist." Riley felt a flutter of hope in her chest. They weren't completely alone. They weren't completely abandoned. "Can we send messages out?" Riley asked. "To specific people?" "Maybe. Who were you thinking?" "My father. He's an Omega. He doesn't have any power, but he loves me. If he knows I'm okay, if he knows we're surviving, it might give him hope. And if he has hope, Maybe he can help others keep hoping too.
Mara considered this. I'll try, but it has to be subtle. If the Alpha catches wind of a communication network, he'll shut it down and punish anyone involved. I understand. Over the next hour, they discussed what information to share, what to ask for, how to maintain the communication network without drawing attention. It gave them all a sense of agency, of power, even if it was limited. As the fire died down and the women began to drift toward their bunks, Riley found herself sitting between Sophie and Iris, the youngest girls in their group.
Riley? Sophie asked quietly. Do you really think your brother is coming back?
Yes, Riley said without hesitation. How can you be so sure? Because he promised, and Cruz never breaks his promises. Riley put her arms around both girls. We just have to survive until he gets here. And we will, because we're strong, and we're together, and we refuse to give up.
I'm glad you're here, Iris whispered. I don't think I could do this without you.
You could, Riley said, but you don't have to. That's the point. We do this together. As Riley lay in her bunk that night, she thought about the stories they'd shared. Each woman had brought a piece of herself to the circle, had offered up her pain and her hope and her humanity. Together, those pieces created something larger than any of them individually. They were marked against their will. They were imprisoned and brutalized and treated as less than nothing by the pack leadership. But they were also fighters, survivors, sisters bound by shared suffering and shared strength. And Riley was beginning to believe that when Cruz finally came back, when whatever plan he'd set in motion finally came to fruition, these 23 women would be ready, not just to be rescued, but to be part of their own liberation. Chapter 7. When the breaking point breaks. Winter came to the mountains early and brutal. The barracks, already poorly insulated, became nearly unbearable. The single wood stove couldn't heat the entire space, so the women slept in shifts, those closest to the stove trading places every few hours with those shivering in the outer bunks. The work details became treacherous as ice formed on the quarry rocks, and snow made the forest paths slippery and dangerous. And the sickness started. It began with Violet. Her persistent cough, which had never fully healed, turned into something worse. Within 3 days, she was running a high fever, barely able to stand, coughing so hard that she brought up blood. Pneumonia, Jessica said grimly, pressing her ear to Violet's chest. Maybe worse. Her lungs are full of fluid, and I don't have the medicine to treat it. What do you need? Mara asked. Jessica rattled off a list. Antibiotics if possible, but at minimum certain herbs that grew in the lowlands. Honey for the cough, clean bandages for poultices, a way to keep Violet warm and dry. The enforcers won't give us any of that, Imani said. Then we don't ask the enforcers, Yasmin said flatly. We get it ourselves. It was incredibly risky. The women were confined to the work camp and their assigned work details. Leaving those areas, taking resources without permission, communicating with the outside, all of it was forbidden. All of it carried severe punishment. But Violet was dying. I'll go, Riley said. I'm fast now, with my wolf stirring, and I'm small. I can move through the territory without being seen. You're 14, Mara said, if they catch you. But if we do nothing, Violet dies. If I get caught, I get punished. But at least I'll have tried. Riley looked at Jessica.
Make me a list. Tell me exactly where to find what you need. Over the next hour, they planned. Jessica drew a map in the dirt showing where certain herbs grew, which pack families might have honey or medicine, where the supply stores were located. Mara shared information from her communication network about enforcer patrol schedules. Yasmin gave Riley quick lessons in stealth movement. You go tonight, Mara decided. During the shift change when the enforcers are distracted, you have 2 hours. Any longer, and they'll notice you're missing from your bunk. Riley nodded, trying to quell the fear rising in her chest. 2 hours to sneak out of the camp, get to the main pack grounds, find what she needed, and get back, all without being detected. Her wolf stirred, confident and ready. We can do this, the presence seemed to say. We're fast. We're clever. We'll succeed. Riley hoped her wolf was right. That night, as the enforcers changed shifts, Riley slipped out of the barracks. She darkened her face and hands with mud, wore her darkest clothes, moved like Mara had taught her, slow and deliberate, using shadows and cover. The work camp perimeter was watched but not heavily guarded. The leadership didn't think the marked women would try to escape. Where would they go with mate bonds that could track them anywhere? Riley used that assumption against them, finding a gap in the patrol route and slipping through. The forest at night was different than during the day. Darker, colder, full of sounds that made her wolf prick to attention. But Riley's enhanced senses helped her navigate. She could smell the patrol routes, could hear the enforcers from hundreds of yards away, could see well enough in the darkness to avoid obstacles. She made it to the main pack grounds in 40 minutes. The compound was mostly dark, families asleep in their cabins. Riley avoided the main paths, sticking to the edges, moving between buildings like a ghost. First stop, the healing woman's cabin. Old Miriam wasn't pack leadership, but she was tolerated because her skills were useful. Riley had gambled that Miriam might be sympathetic. She'd always been kind to Riley as a child. Riley tapped on the window, soft and quick. A light appeared inside, and Miriam's wrinkled face appeared at the glass. Her eyes widened when she saw Riley. The old woman opened the window. Child, what are you doing here? If they catch you. Violet is dying. Pneumonia. Jessica needs medicine. Riley pulled out the list. Please. I know it's dangerous, but... Miriam looked at the list, then at Riley's desperate face. Wait here. She disappeared inside. Riley crouched beneath the window, every nerve on edge, listening for any sign of discovery. Minutes felt like hours. Finally, Miriam returned with a small bundle. Antibiotics. Only a few, but it should be enough if she's not too far gone. Herbs for fever and congestion. Honey. And some willow bark for pain. Miriam pressed the bundle into Riley's hands. Tell Violet I'm praying for her. Tell all of you. There are those of us who know what's happening to you is wrong. We're trying to help where we can. Thank you, Riley whispered, her throat tight. Go, quickly, and don't come back. Next time, use Mara's message system. It's safer. Riley nodded and melted back into the shadows. Second stop, her family's cabin. Riley knew she shouldn't. Every second increased the risk of discovery, but she needed to see her father, needed him to know she was alive. She crept to the window of her old room and tapped gently. Nothing. She tapped again, a pattern Cruz used to use when he'd sneak back in after night training. The curtain moved, and her father's face appeared. He looked older, more worn, his omega features gaunt with worry. When he saw Riley, tears immediately started streaming down his face. "Boo-hoo!" He opened the window. "Riley. Oh, Riley, baby girl." "I can't stay," Riley whispered. "I just needed you to know I'm okay. We're all okay. We're surviving." "I hear things," her father said, his voice breaking. "About the work camp, about what they're making you do. I tried to protest, tried to get them to ease up, but I'm an Omega. I have no power." "I know, Papa. It's okay. We're handling it." Riley squeezed his hand. "Has Cruz sent any messages?" "One. 3 weeks ago. He said he knows what happened, that he's working on a solution, that we need to hold on." Her father's eyes searched her face. "Riley, did he? Was it him who arranged the marking?" "Yes, I'm sure of it. He thought it would protect us, but it went wrong." Riley heard a sound in the distance, an enforcer patrol. "I have to go. Tell Cruz, if he writes again, tell him we're strong. Tell him we're ready for whatever comes next. Tell him," her voice cracked. "Tell him I love him and I trust him." "Boo-hoo. I will. Be safe, baby girl. Please be safe." Riley disappeared into the night, her father's whispered prayers following her. The journey back to the work camp was tense. Riley's 2 hours were almost up, and she had to move fast. She was climbing over a fallen log when she heard voices. Enforcers, closer than they should be. "Thought I saw something move. Probably just a deer." "No, it was too small. I'm going to check it out." Riley froze, pressing herself against the log, willing herself to be invisible. Her wolf surged up, ready to fight if necessary, but Riley held her back. Fighting would mean definite discovery. The enforcer came closer. Riley could smell him now. Kent, one of the worst ones. He was maybe 20 feet away, scanning the forest with a flashlight. Riley did the only thing she could think of. She grabbed the mate mark on her shoulder and squeezed hard, sending a spike of pain through the bond. It was a desperate gamble, hoping that whoever was on the other end might feel it and send something back. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, a surge of power flooded through the bond, so sudden and strong that Riley gasped. It wasn't just comfort or awareness. It was active power, like someone had opened a floodgate. Riley felt her wolf leap forward, felt strength and speed, and predator instincts amplify beyond anything she'd experienced before. Kent was right in front of her now, his flashlight sweeping closer, and Riley simply disappeared. Not literally, but her wolf lent her the ability to be so still, so perfectly camouflaged, so absent of threatening presence that Kent's eyes passed right over her without seeing. It was a skill adult wolves learned, but Riley's wolf was giving it to her now, enhanced by whatever her mate had sent through the bond. Kent stood there for a full minute, searching. Finally, he shook his head and turned away. "Nothing here. Let's go." The enforcers left. Riley waited until their footsteps faded completely before she moved, shaking with adrenaline and relief. She looked down at her mate mark, which was glowing faintly in the darkness. "Thank you," she thought toward that distant presence. "Whoever you are, thank you." A faint impression came back. Concern, relief, protectiveness. The bond settled back to its usual muted state, but something had changed. For the first time, Riley felt like her mate was real, was present, was actually connected to her. She made it back to the work camp with minutes to spare, slipping into the barracks just as the next enforcer check was happening. She dove into her bunk and feigned sleep as Kent walked through, counting bodies. When he left, Riley sat up and pulled out the bundle of medicine. 22 women were staring at her with hope and fear. "Did you get it?" Jessica asked. Riley handed over the bundle. Everything on the list. The relief in the room was palpable. Jessica immediately got to work, mixing the antibiotics with water, preparing poultices, organizing the other women to help treat Violet. As Jessica worked, Riley told them about her journey, about Miriam's help, about seeing her father, about the close call with Kent. "You sent a message through the bond?" Imani asked, fascinated. "And he responded?" "He sent power, strength. It helped me hide." Riley touched her mark. "I felt him, really felt him, for the first time. He was worried. He cared." "So they do know what's happening to us," Naomi said softly. "And at least some of them care." "Which means maybe there is a plan," Mara said. "Maybe Riley's right about her brother. Maybe help is coming." "But Violet can't wait for help," Jessica said, returning to the group. "I've given her the antibiotics and made a poultice for her chest. The next 48 hours will tell us if she'll make it. We need to keep her warm, keep her hydrated, and pray." They organized into shifts. Someone always sitting with Violet, monitoring her breathing, keeping the fire stoked, applying fresh poultices. The work details the next day were brutal, made worse by lack of sleep and worry, but no one complained. By the second night, Violet's fever broke. By the third day, she was breathing easier. By the end of the week, she was weak but recovering. "You saved my life," Violet told Riley, her voice hoarse but sincere. "You risked everything for me." "That's what sisters do," Riley said simply. And she meant it. These women, these 23 marked, imprisoned, brutalized women, they were her sisters now, her pack within a pack, her family. They would protect each other. They would save each other. They would survive together. No matter what it took. Chapter 8. Emergence. Riley's wolf came during a blizzard. It was the worst storm the mountains had seen in years. Wind howling like a living thing, snow piling up in drifts taller than a person, temperatures dropping so low that breathing hurt. The enforcers had reluctantly suspended work details because even they weren't cruel enough to send people out in deadly weather. The 23 women huddled in the barracks, packed around the stove, sharing body heat and blankets. They'd brought in as much firewood as they could before the storm hit, but it wasn't enough. The wood was running low, the temperature dropping, and the storm showed no signs of stopping. "We need more wood," Jessica said, eyeing their dwindling supply. "We have maybe 6 hours left at the rate we're burning it." "We can't go out in that," Mara said, looking out the window at the whiteout conditions. "It's suicide." "So is freezing to death," Yasmin countered. "The woodshed is only about 50 yards from here," Imani said. "If we rope ourselves together, if we move fast." A tremendous crack split the air, followed by a crash that shook the barracks. Several women screamed. Riley ran to the window and her heart sank. A massive tree, weighted down by snow and ice, had fallen directly onto the woodshed, crushing it completely. "No," Riley whispered. "No, no, no." Without the woodshed, they had no easy access to firewood. They'd have to venture into the forest, into the storm, to find fuel. And in these conditions, that was a death sentence. We can burn the furniture, Kara suggested desperately. The bed frames, That'll buy us maybe 12 hours, Jessica said. And then what? We burn the walls? This storm could last days. The women looked at each other, fear written across every face. The youngest girls, Sophie, Iris, Zoe, were already shivering despite being closest to the stove. I'll go, Riley said. Riley, no, Mara started. My wolf is close. I can feel her, and she's stronger than me, tougher than me. If anyone can survive going into the forest right now, it's me. Riley was already pulling on every piece of clothing she owned, layering up. I'll bring back what I can. You'll die out there, Imani said flatly. Maybe, but if I stay here and do nothing, we all die. At least this way there's a chance. Riley could see them struggling with it, wanting to protect her, but knowing she was right. Finally, Yasmin nodded. I'm going with you. Yasmin. You're not going alone. We go together. We watch each other's backs. We bring back enough wood to last the storm. Yasmin was already bundling up. That's final. 2 others volunteered, Imani and Tara. 4 women against a blizzard. Riley wanted to tell them no, wanted to protect them, but the truth was they'd have a better chance together. They roped themselves to each other with salvaged rope, the 4 of them in a line with Riley in front. Her enhanced senses would help her navigate. They each took an axe and a sack for carrying wood. 30 minutes, Mara said, helping them secure the rope. If you're not back in 30 minutes, we're sending a search party. Riley nodded, though they all knew a search party would be just as lost as they were. The moment they stepped outside, the storm hit them like a physical blow. Wind strong enough to knock them off their feet. Snow so thick Riley couldn't see more than a few feet ahead. Cold so intense it felt like knives against exposed skin. Riley's wolf surged up, lending strength and heat and directional sense. She could feel the forest, could sense the trees even through the whiteout. She led the others forward, step by careful step, leaning into the wind. They'd gone maybe 20 yards when Tara's foot hit a patch of ice hidden under the snow. She went down hard, crying out, and the rope jerked the rest of them off balance. Riley scrambled to help her up, her hands already going numb despite her gloves. I'm okay, Tara shouted over the wind. Keep going. They pushed forward. Riley's wolf was fully awake now, pressed against her consciousness, ready to emerge. Riley could feel the transformation pulling at her, the urge to shift, to let her wolf take over, to surrender to the power that was so close to the surface. Not yet, Riley told her wolf. Not yet. Hold on just a little longer. They reached the forest edge. The trees provided some shelter from the wind, but it was still brutally cold. Riley led them to a stand of dead pines, good dry wood for burning. They worked quickly, axes rising and falling, cutting branches and stacking them in their sacks. Riley was on her 4th branch when she heard it. A crack, too loud to be breaking wood. She looked up just in time to see another tree, this one directly above them, giving way under the weight of ice and snow. Move! Riley screamed. Yasmin and Imani dove to the side. Tara started to run but slipped on ice. The tree was falling, hundreds of pounds of wood and snow, directly toward her. Riley didn't think. She just acted. She launched herself at Tara, her wolf flooding her with inhuman strength and speed. She hit Tara and they both went rolling just as the tree crashed down where Tara had been standing a second before. But the impact had been hard, and Riley had hit her head on something. A rock, a branch, she didn't know. Pain exploded across her skull, and she felt something inside her break open, like a dam giving way. Her wolf came. It wasn't gentle. It wasn't gradual. It was violent and sudden and utterly consuming. Riley felt her bones begin to shift, felt her body preparing to change, felt the wolf rising up to take full control. No, Riley thought desperately. Not here. Not now. If she shifted for the first time in the middle of a blizzard, she might not be able to shift back. She might run off into the storm in full wolf form and die of exposure. But the transformation had started, and it couldn't be stopped. Riley felt her senses explode, sight and hearing and smell all amplifying beyond anything she'd experienced before. She felt her muscles begin to reshape, felt fur trying to push through her skin. The pain was incredible, but beneath it was power, raw and primal, and hers. Riley. Yasmin's face appeared above her, terrified. Riley, what's happening? My wolf, Riley managed to gasp out. She's coming. I can't stop it. You have to. Imani grabbed Riley's shoulders. If you shift now, in these conditions, you'll die. Fight it. Push her back down. But Riley didn't know how. The wolf was so much stronger than her, so much more powerful. How was she supposed to contain that? Then she felt it. A surge through the mate bond, stronger than anything before. Her mate, whoever he was, could feel her distress, and he was sending her something. Not just power this time, but knowledge, instinct, the understanding of how to control the wolf, how to work with her instead of being overwhelmed by her. We are one, Riley thought, reaching for her wolf not with fear but with acceptance. We share this body, we share this life, but right now, I need you to wait. Please, just a little longer. The wolf resisted, wanting freedom, wanting to run and hunt and be fully alive. But she also wanted to survive, and she could feel, through Riley's awareness, that shifting now meant death. Slowly, painfully, the transformation reversed. Riley felt her bones settle back into human form, felt her muscles relax, felt her senses dim back to their enhanced but still human levels. The wolf receded, not gone but waiting, coiled and ready just beneath the surface. Riley lay in the snow, panting, shaking, barely conscious. Yasmin and Imani were pulling her up, checking her for injuries. We need to get back, Tara said, her voice shaking. Now, before Riley can't walk. They gathered what wood they'd cut. Not as much as they'd hoped for, but enough for now. The journey back to the barracks was a blur for Riley. She was aware of the others supporting her, aware of the storm still raging, aware of her wolf settling into her bones like she'd always been there. When they stumbled through the barracks door, the other women rushed to help. They stripped off Riley's wet clothes, wrapped her in blankets, put her right next to the stove. Jessica checked her pupils, felt her pulse, examined the bump on her head. Concussion, probably mild, Jessica pronounced, but she'll live. She looked at Riley intently. What happened out there? Yasmin said something about your wolf? She came, Riley said, her voice hoarse. My wolf emerged. I pushed her back down, but she's there now, fully awake, fully present. A murmur ran through the group. This was significant. the first of the younger girls to have her wolf fully emerge. "How does it feel?" Sophie asked, her eyes wide with hope and fear. Riley considered the question. How did it feel to have another consciousness sharing her body, to have access to power and instincts she'd never had before, to be fundamentally changed from what she'd been just hours ago? "It feels like being complete," Riley said finally. "Like I was only half a person before, and now I'm whole. She's me, and I'm her, and together we're stronger than either of us could be alone." She could feel her wolf's satisfaction at the description, could feel the bond between human and wolf settling into place, becoming natural and right. "Can you shift?" Mara asked. "Now that she's emerged, can you take wolf form?" "Yes, but I shouldn't. Not until I've practiced. Not until I know I can shift back reliably." Riley remembered the terror of the transformation starting against her will. "My mate helped me, through the bond. He sent me knowledge, showed me how to control it. I think he's been training for this, preparing for when his mate's wolf would emerge." "So he's not just some random wolf your brother recruited," Imani said slowly. "He's someone who knows about mates, about bonds, about helping inexperienced wolves through their first transformation." "Which means he's older," Yasmin said. "Experienced, powerful enough to lend strength through a bond that's supposed to be too distant to work." Riley touched her mate mark, feeling the warmth there, the connection that was slowly growing stronger. Whoever he is, he's not abandoning us. He's watching, helping when he can, and I think when the time is right, he'll come for me, for all of us. The storm raged for 3 more days. The women burned through the wood Riley's group had gathered, then carefully broke apart one of the bed frames, then relied on body heat and shared blankets to survive the last night before the storm finally broke. When it was over, when the sun finally emerged and the world was blanketed in pristine white snow, the women stepped outside into a transformed landscape. And Riley, standing in the doorway with her wolf fully awake inside her, felt something shift in the air. The balance of power was changing. They were changing. They were still imprisoned, still brutalized, still fighting for survival every single day. But now, Riley had her wolf. And with her wolf came strength, speed, healing, and power. She wasn't just a 14-year-old girl anymore. She was a shifter, a wolf, a force to be reckoned with. And she was done being a victim. Chapter 9. The Alpha's Mistake. Alpha Garrett came to the work camp 3 days after the blizzard. He didn't come alone. He brought Beta Marcus, 4 enforcers, and an air of menace that made the temperature in the barracks drop, even though the stove was burning hot. "Line up!" he commanded, his alpha voice rolling over them like a physical force. "All of you, now!" The women complied, standing in a row while Garrett walked slowly down the line, examining each of them like livestock at market. Riley stood between Mara and Sophie, her wolf growling deep inside her chest at the alpha's proximity. "Easy," Riley told her wolf. "Not yet. We wait for the right moment." Her wolf didn't like it, but she settled, coiled and ready. Garrett stopped in front of Jessica. "You're the healer." "Yes, Alpha." Jessica's voice was steady, despite the fear Riley could smell on her. "One of my enforcers tells me that Violet recovered from pneumonia, that she should have died, but somehow you acquired medicine. Garrett's eyes were cold. Where did you get antibiotics? Silence. Riley felt her heart hammering. If Jessica told the truth, they'd know Riley had left the camp, had stolen from pack resources. If she lied and Garrett sensed it. Someone left them for us, Jessica said calmly. At a dead drop in the forest. We found them during a work detail. We don't know who. It was close enough to the truth that it didn't smell like a lie. Garrett's eyes narrowed, but he moved on. He continued down the line, stopping here and there to make observations, to point out weaknesses, to remind them all that he owned them, controlled them, could destroy them whenever he chose. When he reached Riley, he paused. His nostrils flared. "You've changed," he said slowly. "You smell different." He leaned closer, inhaling. "Your wolf has emerged." Riley met his eyes steadily, a challenge that her wolf pushed to the surface before she could stop it. "Yes, Alpha." "You're what, 14? 15? Too young for a natural emergence." Garrett's hand shot out and grabbed Riley's chin, forcing her head to the side so he could see her mate mark. "The bond did this. Your mate's power is feeding you, making you stronger than you should be." He released her with a shove that would have sent her stumbling before her wolf emerged. Now, Riley barely moved, her enhanced balance keeping her steady. Garrett noticed, and his expression darkened. "This is the problem with you marked bitches," he said, addressing the whole group now. "You're connected to power you didn't earn, to wolves who don't belong to this pack. You're contaminated, compromised, useless for breeding, and now apparently developing abilities above your station." "We're just trying to survive," Mara said carefully. "We work hard. We follow orders. We don't cause trouble." "You are trouble!" Garrett snarled. "Your very existence is trouble. You were marked by unknown males in an attack on my pack. You carry their scents, their bonds, their power. And you expect me to just, what? Accept this? Allow you to live among us like nothing happened?" "What would you have us do?" Imani asked, her voice hard. "We didn't ask for this. We were asleep when we were marked. We're the victims here." Garrett backhanded her. Imani hit the floor, blood streaming from her split lip. Several women moved to help her, but Garrett's growl stopped them. "You don't get to be victims," he said coldly. "You're marked property, belonging to males outside this pack. That makes you the enemy." Riley's wolf surged up, wanting to attack, wanting to rip out Garrett's throat for hurting Imani. Riley held her back, but barely. Garrett saw the struggle playing out on Riley's face and smiled. "You want to fight me, little girl? Your wolf is what, 3 days old? And you think you can challenge an alpha?" "No, sir," Riley forced out through gritted teeth. "Good, because if you tried, I'd kill you. And then I'd kill everyone in this barracks to make a point." Garrett looked around at all of them. "That's why I'm here, actually, to make a point." He nodded to the enforcers. They grabbed Sophie and Iris, the 2 youngest, and dragged them forward despite their screams and struggles. "No!" Riley lunged forward, but Beta Marcus was there, his hand around her throat, lifting her off her feet. "Watch," Garrett commanded. "All of you, watch and remember what happens when you forget your place." Riley couldn't breathe, couldn't move, but she could see Garrett standing over the 2 terrified girls, could see the other women being held back by enforcers, could see the cruelty in the alpha's eyes. "You've been getting comfortable," Garrett said. "Organizing yourselves,
protecting each other, surviving when I expected you to break. But you need to be reminded that I own you, all of you. Your lives are mine to do with as I please." He raised his hand, and Riley saw claws extending. He was going to hurt them, maybe kill them, and there was nothing she could do. "Yes, there is," her wolf snarled. "We have power. We have our mate. Use it." Riley didn't think. She just reached for the mate bond with everything she had, sending out a desperate plea. "Help us. Please. He's going to kill them. Help us." For a heartbeat, nothing. Then, power exploded through the bond, more than Riley had ever felt before. Not just from her mate, but from multiple bonds. All 23 of them. All the distant males who had marked them. All responding at once to the distress call. The effect was instantaneous and dramatic. Every single mate mark in the barracks lit up, glowing with visible light. Energy crackled through the air like electricity before a lightning strike, and the pressure, the sheer dominant power that filled the room made even Alpha Garrett stumble back a step. Beta Marcus's hand loosened on Riley's throat. She dropped to the floor, gasping. The enforcers released the women they'd been holding and backed away, their wolves responding instinctively to the presence of multiple powerful males, even though those males weren't physically present. "What the hell?" Garrett started. Then the voice came. "Phi!" It wasn't physical. It was in their minds, transmitted through the mate bonds, amplified by all 23 connections resonating together. Deep, male, absolutely dominant, speaking with the authority of an alpha who would not be denied. "Back! Away! From! Our! Mates!" Garrett actually staggered, his hand going to his chest like he'd been struck. The enforcers dropped to their knees, unable to resist the command that came through the bonds with such force it couldn't be ignored. Even Riley felt it, though it wasn't directed at her. Her mate's voice, combined with the others, creating a wall of protective fury that filled the barracks. "They are ours," the voice continued, and Riley recognized it now. She'd heard it before, in her dream of the Shadow Man. "Marked by us, protected by us. Touch them again, and there will be consequences." "Who are you?" Garrett demanded, trying to reassert his authority but failing. "Show yourself. Come here and fight me if you dare." "When we come," the voice said, and there was dark promise in it, "it will not be to fight. It will be to destroy. You have been given a warning. The females under our protection are not to be harmed. They are not to be abused. They are not to be treated as anything less than the valued mates they are. If we hear that you have violated this command, if we feel their distress through our bonds again, we will return, and we will not be merciful." The presence faded, the power receding, the mate marks dimming back to normal. But the effect lingered. Garrett stood in the center of the barracks, looking shaken, his dominance undermined, his authority questioned by wolves who weren't even physically present. He looked at the marked women with something that might have been fear. "Get out," Mara said quietly. "You heard them. We're protected. You can't touch us anymore." Garrett's face flushed with rage, but he couldn't deny what had just happened. The mate bonds, which he'd dismissed as inconvenient complications, had just been weaponized against him. The males who'd marked these women were powerful enough to project their will across distance, to command even an alpha in his own territory. "This isn't over," Garrett said, but it sounded like a weak threat instead of a promise. He left,
his enforcers scrambling to follow him. The door slammed shut, and the women stood in shocked silence. Boo-hoo! Finally, Sophie started crying, not from fear, but from relief. Iris joined her, and then others, until half the women in the room were crying, while the other half laughed with disbelief and joy. "Did that really just happen?" Zoe asked, wonder in her voice. "Our mates," Violet said, touching her mark with reverent fingers. "They hurt us. They protected us. They threatened an alpha in his own territory," Yasmin said, shaking her head. "Do you understand how powerful they must be to do that? How coordinated? How connected to us?" Riley was still on the floor, her hand pressed to her mate mark, feeling the echoes of that massive power surge. She'd felt her mate's individual presence in there, distinct from the others. Older, she thought, more experienced. An alpha, maybe, or a very powerful beta. And he'd called her his valued mate, had promised to destroy anyone who hurt her. "Riley," Mara knelt beside her, "you did that. You called them through the bond. You saved Sophie and Iris." "I didn't know if it would work," Riley admitted. "I just reached out, and they answered." "All of them answered," Imani said, still looking dazed. 23 bonds, 23 males, all responding at once like they were coordinated, like they'd planned for this. "Because they did plan for this," Riley said, certainty settling over her. "This was always part of my brother's plan. Mark us to protect us. And if the protection of the marks themselves wasn't enough, the males would intervene directly. They've been waiting, watching, ready to step in if things got too dangerous." "But they didn't come themselves," Kara pointed out. "They just projected power. When do they actually come to rescue us?" It was a fair question, and Riley didn't have a good answer, but Jessica did. "They're not coming to rescue us," she said slowly. "They're teaching us to rescue ourselves. The power they just sent, did you feel it? They didn't just scare Garrett away. They showed us what we're capable of when we work together, when we use our bonds, when we refuse to be victims." "She's right," Mara said. "Riley called for help, and they answered. But they left it to us to finish it, to tell Garrett to leave, to claim our protection. They gave us the power, but we had to use it." Riley thought about that. About 23 women who'd been passive victims of a marking they didn't choose, now actively using those bonds as weapons and shields. About males who could have swept in to save them, but instead were teaching them to be strong enough to save themselves. It was frustrating. It was empowering. It was exactly the kind of thing Cruz would do. "So what now?" Sophie asked, wiping her tears. "Garrett's afraid of us, but he's also angry. He'll retaliate somehow." "Then we'll be ready," Riley said, getting to her feet with her wolf's strength. "We have our bonds. We have each other. We have power we didn't have before. Whatever comes next, we face it together." The women nodded, determination replacing fear on their faces. They were still marked against their will, still imprisoned in a work camp, still facing an uncertain future. But they weren't helpless anymore. And that changed everything. Chapter 10. Training for War. The week after Garrett's confrontation, everything changed. The enforcers kept their distance. The work quotas were quietly reduced to reasonable levels. The food rations increased, not generous, but adequate. It was as if the pack leadership had suddenly remembered that the marked women were under protection and that harming them might have serious consequences. But the women didn't relax. If anything, they became more focused, more determined.
"This is temporary," Mara said during their evening meeting. "Garrett is afraid right now, but fear fades. He'll find a way to reassert control, to test the boundaries, to see how far he can push us before our mates intervene again." "Then we need to be ready," Yasmin said, "not just to call for help, but to defend ourselves." Thus began what Riley privately called training for war. It started with the mate bonds. After Garrett's visit, they discovered that the bonds could be used actively, not just as passive connections. Riley had been the first to call through her bond successfully, but others were learning. "Think of it like a muscle," Imani explained, drawing on her limited education. "The more you use it, the stronger it gets. We need to practice reaching through our bonds, feeling our mates, potentially calling on their power if we need it." Every night after work, the women would sit in meditation, reaching for their distant mates through the bonds. It was harder for some than others. Riley, with her newly emerged wolf, found it relatively easy. Her mate responded to her touches with warmth and encouragement, sometimes sending small pulses of strength or comfort. Sophie and the other younger girls struggled more. Their wolves were still dormant or just beginning to stir, and the bonds felt thin and insubstantial to them. "I can barely feel anything," Sophie said, frustrated after their third training session. "It's like trying to grab smoke." "You'll get there," Naomi assured her. "Your wolf hasn't emerged yet. Once she does, the bond will strengthen." But they didn't just train with the bonds. Yasmin took charge of physical training, teaching them how to fight. "We can't rely only on our mate's power," Yasmin said, demonstrating a basic defensive stance. "We need to know how to protect ourselves, how to hurt someone if we have to, how to use our bodies as weapons." She taught them strikes and blocks, how to use leverage against larger opponents, where to hit to cause maximum pain with minimum effort. She taught them to work in pairs and groups, covering each other's weaknesses. Riley soaked it up like a sponge, her wolf lending her speed and strength that made the techniques more effective. But even the non-shifted women were learning, building muscle and confidence. "The goal isn't to win against a full-grown male wolf," Yasmin explained. "The goal is to delay them long enough for help to arrive, or to make hurting us cost them more than they're willing to pay." They practiced in the small clearing behind the barracks when the enforcers weren't watching. They practiced quietly in the barracks at night. They practiced during work details, disguising combat drills as normal movements. Jessica focused on making them harder to kill in other ways. She taught them about wilderness survival, about which plants were edible and which were poisonous, about how to find water and make shelter. She taught them basic first aid beyond what she'd already shared. "If we have to run," Jessica said, "if we have to disappear into the mountains, we need to know how to survive out there." "Are we planning to run?" Kara asked. "We're planning for every possibility," Mara answered. "Staying and fighting, running and hiding, waiting for rescue. We prepare for all of it so we're not caught off guard." Mara herself taught them strategy and tactics, how to read people, how to gather intelligence, how to identify weaknesses in their enemies. She taught them the importance of information, of staying several steps ahead of their opponents. "Garrett is predictable," Mara said during one session. "He values dominance above all else. He'll try to reassert control,
but he'll do it in ways that don't technically harm us. At least not obviously. He'll try to find loopholes in our mate's protection. Like what? Zoe asked. Like working us to exhaustion without actually injuring us. Like cutting our food just enough that we're hungry but not starving. Like psychological abuse instead of physical. Mara looked around at all of them. We need to be smart about when we use the bond to call for help. If we cry wolf too often, our mates might stop responding. We save it for real emergencies. Imani taught those who couldn't read yet. She taught them mathematics and logic. She taught them to think critically, to question, to analyze. Knowledge is power, Imani said. The pack leadership keeps women ignorant because ignorant people are easier to control. We're going to be the opposite. We're going to be educated, informed, and dangerous because of it. The younger girls flourished under the training. Sophie lost some of her frightened rabbit quality and gained a quiet determination. Zoe's natural athleticism made her one of Yasmin's best students. Iris, at 11 still the youngest, became obsessed with Jessica's wilderness training and could identify dozens of plants by sight and smell. But the training wasn't just practical, it was also psychological. We need to stop thinking of ourselves as victims, Riley said during one evening meeting. We were marked against our will, yes. We're imprisoned, yes. But we're also protected by powerful mates, connected to each other, and getting stronger every day. We're not helpless women waiting to be rescued. We're fighters preparing for battle. What battle? Violet asked quietly. Riley looked at Mara, who nodded permission for her to continue. The battle for this pack, Riley said. My brother didn't just mark us to protect us. He marked us as part of a larger plan to change the pack leadership. When he comes back, when he and our mates come back, they're going to challenge Alpha Garrett and the corrupt leadership. They're going to try to take over the pack and make it better. And when that happens, we need to be ready to fight alongside them. Several women looked shocked. Others nodded like they'd suspected this all along. You think your brother is planning a coup, Autumn said slowly. I know he is. He as good as told me before he left. He promised to come back and make things better. This is how he's doing it. Riley stood up, her wolf lending her presence and authority beyond her years. He marked us to protect us, yes, but also to create a force inside the pack that the leadership can't fully control. 23 women with powerful mates, growing stronger, learning to fight, refusing to be broken. When Cruz and our mates arrive to challenge for leadership, we'll be here as a ready-made resistance force. That's ambitious, Kara said, but she sounded intrigued rather than skeptical. It's necessary, Mara added. This pack is rotten from the top down. The alpha is cruel and corrupt. The females are treated as property. The whole power structure is based on brutality and fear. The elders, our parents, they're already broken, unable to do more. It needs to change. And you think 23 marked women can help change it? Leah asked. I think 23 marked women, plus our mates, plus any pack members who are tired of Garrett's rule, plus Cruz and whoever he's bringing from Alpha College. I think together we have a chance, Riley said. She could see them considering it, weighing the possibility against the danger. Finally, Yasmin stood. I'm in, she said simply. I was always in. The only question was what we were fighting for. Now I know. We're fighting to change this pack, to make it somewhere women aren't treated as less than nothing. Count me in. One by one, others stood. Jessica, Imani, Mara, Naomi, even Kara, who'd been so bitter and hopeless, stood with fire in her eyes. "We train," Kara said. "We prepare, and when the time comes, we fight." The younger girls stood too. Sophie, Iris, Zoe, Hannah, all of them ready to be part of something larger than their individual survival. By the end of the meeting, all 23 women were standing, hands joined in a circle, united in purpose. They were marked against their will, but they would use those marks as weapons, as shields, as connections to power and possibility. They would transform from victims to warriors. And when crews came back, when their mates finally arrived, when the battle for the pack's future began, they would be ready. Over the following weeks, their training intensified. The women pushed themselves harder, learned faster, became more coordinated. Riley's wolf helped her see their progress with enhanced clarity. They were becoming dangerous, not just individually, but as a unit. Yasmin organized them into fighting pairs and trios, teaching them to move together, to protect each other's backs. Mara created a command structure so everyone knew their role in different scenarios. Jessica stockpiled medical supplies they gathered and dried from the woods. She taught multiple women her healing knowledge in case something happened to her. They even started training the younger girls whose wolves hadn't emerged yet. Riley worked especially closely with Sophie, teaching her what she'd learned about controlling the transformation when it came, about working with her wolf instead of against it. "When your wolf comes," Riley told Sophie during one training session, "it's going to be scary. You'll feel like you're losing control, like something is taking over your body. But you're not losing anything. You're gaining a partner. Talk to her. Listen to her. Work with her." "What if I can't?" Sophie asked. "What if I'm not strong enough?" "You're already strong enough. You've survived months in this work camp. You've endured brutality and hardship that would break most people. Your wolf will only make you stronger." Riley's own wolf purred in agreement, pressed close against her consciousness like a constant companion. Having her wolf fully emerged had changed Riley in ways she was still discovering. She was faster, stronger, healed quicker. Her senses were sharper. But more than that, she felt complete, whole, and she was learning to shift. It had happened accidentally at first, during a nightmare about Garrett hurting Sophie. Riley had woken up with paws instead of hands, fur instead of skin. She'd panicked and shifted back immediately, but the barrier had been broken. Now she practiced shifting deliberately, always with Yasmin or Mara nearby to help if something went wrong. Each time got easier, smoother, more natural. Her wolf form was smaller than an adult wolf's. She was still young, still growing, but it was fast and agile and fierce. "You're getting good at this," Yasmin observed, watching Riley shift from wolf to human in the space of a few seconds. "How does it feel?" "Right," Riley said simply. "Like this is what I was always meant to be." But the training wasn't all positive. There were setbacks, failures, moments of despair. One of the women, Madison, quiet and reserved, broke down during a particularly intense combat training session. She curled into a ball and sobbed, months of suppressed trauma pouring out all at once. The training stopped immediately. The women surrounded Madison, comforting her, letting her cry, holding space for her pain. "Boo-hoo! I can't do this," Madison gasped between sobs. I can't fight. I can't be brave. I just want it to stop. I just want to go back to before any of this happened." "We all do," Naomi said gently, stroking Madison's hair. "We all want to go back, but we can't. We can only move forward." "What if I don't want to move forward? What if I just want to give up?" It was Jessica who answered, her voice firm but kind. "Then we carry you until you can walk again. That's what we do. We don't leave anyone behind. You're allowed to break, Madison. You're allowed to be weak sometimes, but you're not allowed to do it alone. We're here. We'll hold you up." And they did. For the next week, the other women took Madison's work shifts, brought her extra food, sat with her when the darkness got too heavy. Slowly, carefully, Madison began to heal, to find her strength again, to rejoin the group not as a broken victim, but as someone who'd faced her trauma and survived it. It was a reminder that they were all fragile, all carrying wounds that might never fully heal, but together they could bear what would be unbearable alone. 3 months after the confrontation with Garrett, Riley stood in the barracks looking at her sisters, because that's what they were now, sisters forged in shared suffering and shared purpose, and felt pride swell in her chest. They were marked against their will, but they'd taken that violation and transformed it into power. They were imprisoned in a work camp, but they'd turned that prison into a training ground. They were supposed to be broken, defeated, destroyed, but they were stronger than ever. And soon, Riley could feel it in her bones, in her wolf, in the growing strength of her mate bond. Soon everything would change. Cruz was coming. Their mates were coming. The battle for the pack's future was coming. And the marked women of the work camp would be ready. Enjoying the story so far? Don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and let us know your thoughts in the comments. Chapter 11. The Message. Riley was in the forest on a logging detail when she heard it. Not a sound, but a voice in her mind, clear and distinct, and unmistakably real. "Riley!" "Ah!" She froze mid-swing, her axe halting inches from the tree trunk. Around her, the other women continued working, oblivious. The voice had come through the mate bond, but stronger and clearer than ever before. "Riley, can you hear me?" Her heart pounded. This was different from the pulses of emotion or general impressions she'd felt before. This was actual communication, words, thought. Her mate was reaching out to her deliberately. Yes, Riley thought back, not sure if he could hear her but trying anyway. "I can hear you." A wave of relief flooded through the bond, followed by something warm and protective that made Riley's wolf preen with pleasure. "Thank the gods," the voice said. "I've been trying to reach you for weeks, but the distance makes it difficult. I can only hold this connection for a few minutes, so listen carefully." "Who are you?" Riley thought, even though she knew they didn't have time for personal questions. "My name is Kieran. I'm a friend of your brother Cruz. We went to Alpha College together." A pause. "I'm the one who marked you that night. I'm your mate." Riley had suspected as much, but hearing it confirmed sent a strange mixture of emotions through her. This man, Kieran, had violated her autonomy by marking her without consent. But he'd also been trying to protect her, had sent her power when she needed it, had threatened an alpha on her behalf. "Cruz says to tell you he's proud of you," Kieran continued. "We've been watching through the bonds as much as we can. What you and the other marked women have done, surviving, organizing, becoming strong, it's incredible. You're all incredible. When are you coming? Riley thought desperately. When is Cruz coming back? Soon. We graduate from Alpha College in 3 months. The moment we're done, we're coming for you. All of us. Cruz, me, the other 22 males who marked your sisters, and a few additional allies we've recruited. We're going to challenge Alpha Garrett for control of the pack. 3 months. Riley's wolf growled with impatience, but Riley forced herself to think practically. 3 months was actually good news. It meant there was a definite timeline, a real plan. What do we need to do? Riley asked. How can we help? Keep doing what you're doing. Stay strong. Stay together. And when the time comes, be ready to fight alongside us. Kieran's mental voice grew urgent. Riley, this is important. Garrett knows something is wrong. He can feel the bonds getting stronger, can sense that you're all developing power he can't control. He's going to try something before we arrive. You need to be prepared. What kind of something? I don't know, but he's desperate and dangerous. He might try to break the bonds, or hurt you enough to draw us out early, or... The connection flickered, weakened. Riley felt Kieran struggling to maintain it across the distance. Running out of time, Kieran thought, his voice fading. Riley, know this. I never wanted to violate your choice by marking you. But your mother had just been killed, and Garrett was eyeing you and the other young girls as his next victims. Cruz was frantic, trying to find a way to protect you from across the country. Marking you was the only solution we could find. I'm sorry it had to be this way. Riley thought about her mother, about what Garrett had done to her, about how she and the other unmarked girls had been in real danger of the same fate. I understand, Riley thought back. I'm not happy about how it happened, but I understand why. And when this is over, when Garrett is gone and we're safe, we can figure out what being mates actually means, if it means anything at all. She felt Kieran's surprise, then his respect. Fair enough. 3 months, Riley. Hold on for 3 months. Can you do that? We can do anything for 3 months, Riley thought fiercely. Tell Cruz I love him. Tell him we're ready. I will. Stay safe. And Riley? A pause. You're extraordinary. Your brother didn't tell me his little sister was going to turn into a force of nature. The connection severed. Riley stood in the forest, her axe hanging forgotten in her hands, her mind reeling from the conversation. Kieran, her mate's name was Kieran, a friend of Cruz's from Alpha College, someone who'd been watching over her, helping her, preparing to fight for her. And in 3 months, he and Cruz and all the other mates were coming to challenge for the pack. Riley? Yasmin's voice broke through her thoughts. You okay? You've been staring at that tree for 5 minutes. Riley turned to her, and Yasmin's eyes widened at whatever she saw on Riley's face. What happened? Yasmin asked urgently. Not here, Riley said quietly, glancing at the enforcer who was supposed to be watching them, but was currently dozing against a tree. Tonight, emergency meeting. That evening, the 23 women gathered in their usual circle around the stove. Riley told them everything, about Kieran reaching out through the bond, about the 3-month timeline, about the warning that Garrett was planning something. The reactions were mixed. 3 months, Sophie breathed. That's soon. That's not soon enough, Kara said. If Garrett is planning something, 3 months might be too late. Did anyone else hear from their mate? Mara asked, looking around. Shh. Slowly, 3 other women raised their hands. Imani, Yasmin, and Autumn. They'd all received similar messages. Brief mental contact, warnings to be careful, promises that help was coming. So it's real, Violet said, her voice shaking. They're really coming for us. What are we supposed to do if Garrett tries something before then? Leah asked. Riley looked at Mara, who nodded for her to continue. We have options now that we didn't have before. We can communicate through the bonds. Maybe not reliably, but it's possible. We can call on our mate's power in emergencies. And we're stronger than we were. We can fight back if we have to. Fight back how? Madison asked. We're still 23 women against an entire pack. We're 23 women with powerful mates, growing combat skills, and secret allies in the pack, Imani corrected. We're not as powerless as Garrett thinks we are. But we're also not invincible, Jessica said practically. If Garrett decides to kill us, if he moves fast enough, there's only so much we can do. The room fell silent as they contemplated that dark possibility. Finally, Naomi spoke up. Then we need a backup plan. If things go wrong, if Garrett moves against us before our mates can arrive, we need an escape route. Escape to where? Kara asked. The mate bonds can track us anywhere. Not if we're running toward our mates instead of away from them, Mara said slowly, catching on to Naomi's idea. If we can figure out where they are, where Cruz and the others are, we could run to them, use the bonds to guide us. That's hundreds of miles through hostile territory, Autumn said. Most of us have never left Packlands. We don't know how to survive out there. So we learn, Riley said. Jessica's already been teaching us wilderness survival. We expand that training. We prepare supply caches in the forest. We map out escape routes. We make sure that if we have to run, we have a chance of making it. And if we get caught running? Violet asked quietly. No one had a good answer for that. Getting caught trying to escape would almost certainly mean death. We don't get caught, Yasmin said finally. We're too smart, too fast, too well trained. If we have to run, we do it perfectly. Over the next week, their training took on new urgency. They weren't just preparing for the eventual battle for the pack. They were preparing for the possibility of imminent danger. Jessica intensified wilderness survival training. She taught them how to navigate by stars, how to find food and water in any environment, how to move through the forest without leaving tracks. She helped them identify safe plants and dangerous ones, showed them how to set snares and fish traps. Mara worked with the women to create hidden supply caches in the forest, small stashes of dried food, basic tools, warm clothing, buried or hidden where only they knew to look. It was risky, taking supplies without being noticed, but they managed it through careful planning and the communication network with sympathetic pack members. Yasmin pushed their combat training harder. They practiced fighting in pairs and groups, learned how to use improvised weapons, studied the weak points of larger opponents. And Riley worked with those whose wolves had emerged or were close to emerging on shifting and using their enhanced abilities. More wolves were coming now. The stress and danger were triggering early emergences in several of the younger women. Zoe's wolf came during a nightmare. Hannah's came while lifting a load that should have been too heavy for her. Each time, Riley was there to help them through it, to teach them control, to welcome them to their full power. But they also had to maintain the illusion of compliance. They still did their work details, still followed orders, still acted like cowed victims instead of warriors in training. It was exhausting, playing two roles, the broken women the enforcers expected to see, and the dangerous fighters they were becoming. 2 weeks after Kieran's message, Garrett struck. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't violent. It was simply an announcement delivered by Beta Marcus. Alpha Garrett has decided that the marked women are a continuing security threat to the pack. You will all be moved to a more secure location tomorrow at dawn. Pack your belongings. Anyone who resists will be executed. The words hung in the air like a death sentence. What secure location? Mara demanded. That's not your concern, Marcus said. Just be ready to move. He left before they could ask more questions. The women looked at each other, fear and anger warring on their faces. He's going to separate us, Imani said. Split us up so we can't organize, can't support each other. Or he's going to kill us, Kara said bluntly. Take us somewhere remote and execute us where the rest of the pack won't see. We don't know that, Naomi said, but she didn't sound convinced. Riley's mind was racing. They had hours to decide. Stay and trust that they weren't walking into a trap, or run now and risk everything on an escape attempt they hadn't fully prepared for. She reached for her mate bond, calling out to Kieran with everything she had. Help! Garrett is moving against us. What do we do? For agonizing seconds, there was no response. Then, run! Kieran's voice was faint but urgent. Don't let them move you. Run tonight. We're coming for you, but we need more time. Run toward us. Follow the bonds north and east. We'll meet you halfway. Can you tell the others? Riley asked. Can all the mates reach out at once like before? We'll try. Run, Riley. Don't let Garrett take you. Run and don't stop until you're safe. The connection faded. Riley looked around at her 22 sisters, all of them watching her, waiting for her to speak. We run, Riley said. Tonight, we take everything we can carry. We use the supply caches, and we run north and east toward our mates. They're coming for us, but we have to meet them halfway. That's suicide, Madison said, her voice shaking. Running through pack territory, through the mountains in winter, with enforcers hunting us. Staying is suicide, Riley countered. Garrett is done with us. Whatever he's planning, it's not good. Our only chance is to run. I'm with Riley, Yasmin said immediately. I'd rather die fighting for freedom than let Garrett kill me without a fight. Me too, Mara said. We run. One by one, the others agreed. Even Madison, even Kara, even the youngest girls who were terrified but trusted Riley to lead them. They had hours to prepare for the most dangerous night of their lives. Hours to pack, to plan, to pray that their training had been enough. Hours until they stopped being prisoners and became fugitives. And somewhere to the north and east, their mates were mobilizing, racing to meet them before it was too late. The countdown had begun. Chapter 12. Flight. They left at midnight. 23 women, slipping out of the barracks one by one, through a window they'd quietly loosened over the past weeks. Each carried a small pack with essential supplies: food, water, warm clothes, basic tools. They moved in silence, using hand signals Mara had taught them, trusting the darkness and their enhanced senses to guide them. Riley went first, her wolf giving her the best night vision and strongest senses. She scouted ahead, checking for enforcers, listening for patrols, finding the safest path. Behind her came Yasmin and Mara, then the others in small groups, with Imani bringing up the rear to make sure no one fell behind. The first challenge was getting past the work camp perimeter. The enforcers had grown complacent over the months. After all, where would the marked women go? But there was still a guard rotation. Riley waited until the patrol passed, counted to 30, then led her sisters through the gap in the fence they'd been subtly widening for weeks. One by one, they slipped through. Sophie, Iris, Zoe, all the younger girls, all the older women, 23 fugitives disappearing into the mountain forest. They made it a quarter mile before the alarm sounded. The howl of a wolf, an enforcer who'd discovered their absence, split the night. It was answered by others, a chorus of pursuit that made Riley's blood run cold.
"Move!" Mara hissed. "Double time! They know we're gone!"
They ran, not blindly but following the route they'd planned, heading for their first supply cache. Riley led them through the forest with her wolf's instincts, avoiding paths, staying in thick cover where their scent would be harder to track. Behind them, the howls grew closer. "They're faster than us," Yasmin panted, running alongside Riley. "We can't outrun them." "We don't have to outrun them forever," Riley said. "Just long enough to reach the river." The river was their first major obstacle, and their first real chance to lose their pursuers. If they could cross it, the water would scatter their scent and buy them time. They ran for what felt like hours, but was probably only 20 minutes. Riley's enhanced stamina helped, and several other women had wolves that lent them strength, but the younger girls and those without wolves were flagging. "Can't," Sophie gasped, stumbling. "Can't keep." "You can," Riley said fiercely, grabbing Sophie's arm and half-dragging her forward. "Your wolf is coming. I can feel her. Call on her. Ask her for strength." Sophie's eyes widened, but she nodded and closed her eyes briefly. When she opened them, Riley saw a flash of gold. Sophie's wolf, not yet emerged but lending power. Sophie's stride steadied, strengthened. They burst out of the trees onto the riverbank. The water was high and fast with snowmelt, dangerous to cross, but they had no choice. "Link up!" Mara commanded. "Rope between groups. Strongest wolves upstream to break the current." They'd practiced this. 23 women divided into 5 groups, roped together, with the strongest swimmers and shifted wolves positioned to help the weaker members. Riley shifted into her wolf form, smaller than an adult wolf but powerful, and plunged into the icy water. The current tried to sweep her away, but Riley's wolf was strong. She swam hard, making it to the far bank, then braced herself as the rope connected to her went taut. She pulled, using all her strength to help the others cross. 1 group made it. 2, 3. The 4th group was halfway across when the enforcers burst from the trees. There were 6 of them, all in wolf form, all larger and more experienced than any of the marked women. They didn't hesitate. They plunged into the river in pursuit. "Faster!" Yasmin screamed. "Pull them faster!" Riley pulled with everything she had. The 4th group made it to shore, gasping and soaked. The 5th group, Kara, Madison, Leah, Winter, and Sienna, was still in the middle of the river when the first enforcer reached them. It was Kent, the brutal enforcer who'd tormented them for months. His massive wolf form closed its jaws on the rope and shook, trying to drag them back. No! Kara screamed. She pulled a knife from her belt, one of the improvised weapons they'd made, and slashed at the rope behind her, cutting off Kent from the rest of her group. The rope parted. Kent, suddenly freed from the resistance, tumbled backward in the current. Kara's group surged forward, pulled by the women on shore. They made it. All 23 women on the far bank, soaked and exhausted but alive. The enforcers were reorganizing, preparing to cross. Riley had maybe 2 minutes before they'd be pursued again. Run! Riley shifted back to human form, grabbed her pack. Follow me! They ran into the forest on the far side of the river. This was less familiar territory, but Riley followed her instincts and the pull of the mate bond north and east. Kieran was that direction. Safety was that direction. The enforcers crossed the river. Riley could hear them, could smell them, growing closer despite the women's best efforts. We need to split up, Mara gasped as they ran. Divide their attention. Meet at the second cache point. No, Riley said. We're stronger together. Bye. We're slower together. The younger girls can't keep this pace. Mara was right, and Riley knew it. Groups of 4 or 5, different directions, meet at the cache in 3 hours. Go! It went against every instinct, but Riley nodded. They split. 5 groups heading in different directions, planning to circle back to the rendezvous point. Riley's group was her, Sophie, Iris, Zoe, and Hannah. This way, Riley said, leading them northeast. She could still hear enforcers, but they seemed to be following other groups. Good. That was good. They ran for another hour, moving as fast as the younger girls could manage. Riley constantly checked the mate bond, using it like a compass to keep them on course toward Kieran and the others. Finally, when she judged they'd put enough distance between them and immediate pursuit, Riley called for a rest stop. The 5 girls collapsed in a small clearing, breathing hard, soaked from the river and shaking with cold and adrenaline. Are we going to make it? Iris asked, her 11-year-old face pale with fear. Yes, Riley said with more confidence than she felt. We're fast, we're smart, and we have help coming. We're going to make it. She reached for the mate bond, sending out a desperate message. Kieran, we're running. Enforcers pursuing. How far until we reach you? The response was faint, but immediate. 3 days if you can keep moving. We're coming as fast as we can. Don't stop. Don't let them catch you. 3 days. Riley looked at the exhausted girls around her and wondered if they had 3 days in them. 5-minute rest, Riley said. Then we keep moving. We have to reach the rendezvous point and regroup. They made it to the second supply cache, a hollowed-out tree where they'd hidden food and extra clothes. Just as the 3-hour window closed, 2 other groups were already there, Mara's group and Yasmin's group. That was 10 women accounted for, but the other 2 groups were missing. Maybe they're just delayed, Naomi said, but her voice was uncertain. They waited. 10 minutes, 20, 30. Then they heard it, a scream, cut off abruptly, coming from the west. No, Violet whispered. No, no, no. Stay here, Yasmin commanded, already moving toward the sound. Riley, Mara, with me. Everyone else, stay hidden and ready to run if this goes bad. Riley shifted to wolf form and followed Yasmin and Mara through the forest. They moved silently, using every stealth technique they'd learned. They found Amani's group first, 3 women, Imani, Tara, and Kira huddled behind a fallen log, bleeding and terrified. Autumn was on the ground, unconscious but breathing, and fighting 3 enforcers with nothing but a broken branch and pure fury was Brooke. Brooke was 20, strong and brave, and she was losing badly. 1 enforcer had her by the arm, jaws locked, while another circled for a killing blow. Riley didn't think. She attacked. Her wolf was smaller than the enforcers, but she had surprise on her side. She hit the enforcer about to strike Brooke, knocking him aside, then turned and bit down on the paw of the one holding Brooke's arm. He released Brooke with a yelp of pain. Yasmin and Mara had shifted too, joining the fight. 3 women against 3 enforcers. The odds were terrible, but the women fought like demons, protecting each other, using every dirty trick Yasmin had taught them. The fight lasted maybe 2 minutes. 1 enforcer retreated, bleeding badly from multiple wounds. The 2nd enforcer landed a lucky strike on Mara, his claws raking across her ribs. The 3rd was still trying to get to the injured women when Riley managed to get her jaws around his throat. Her wolf surged forward, tearing out his throat with a sickening tear of flesh and snapping of bones. Blood pooled in their mouth, terrible and wonderful. Riley's wolf reveled in the kill, and Riley didn't feel any guilt. She was strong now and would no longer be pushed around. When she released the limp body, the other 2 enforcers had already fled. Riley shifted back to human form, her body shaking with adrenaline. "Everyone okay?" "Autumn's unconscious," Imani said, her voice tight with worry. "She got hit in the head. She's breathing but won't wake up." "Brooke's arm is badly bitten," Tara added. "And Mara." Mara had shifted back, her hand pressed to her ribs where the enforcer had clawed her. Blood seeped between her fingers. "I'm fine," she said, though her face was pale. "We need to move. Those enforcers will bring reinforcements." They carried Autumn and supported Brooke back to the cache point. The women who'd stayed behind had medical supplies ready. Jessica took one look at the injuries and got to work. "Autumn has a concussion, maybe worse. She needs rest and monitoring." Jessica bound Brooke's arm, which had deep puncture wounds but had missed major arteries. Mara's ribs are fractured, possibly 1 punctured lung. She needs to avoid shifting and minimize physical activity. "Can they travel?" Riley asked. Jessica's face was grim. "Do they have a choice?" They didn't. The enforcers would be back with reinforcements. They had to keep moving. "The last group," Zoe said quietly. "Kara's group. They're still missing." As if summoned by her words, a figure stumbled out of the trees. It was Winter, one of Kara's group members. She was bleeding from a dozen wounds, her clothes torn, her face a mask of horror. "Boo-hoo!" "They caught us," Winter gasped. "Enforcers. Too many of them. Kara told us to run, said she'd hold them off. Madison and Leah got away, but Sienna," Winter's voice broke. "Sienna fell. They killed her. I heard her scream, and then she was just gone." The words hit like a physical blow. Sienna. Quiet, kind Sienna who'd been teaching Iris to weave, who'd shared her food rations with the younger girls, who'd been so hopeful about seeing her mate someday. Dead. Riley felt her wolf howl with grief inside her. Around her, women were crying, some silently, some with great racking sobs. "We can't stop to mourn," Mara said, her voice thick with pain, physical and emotional. "I'm sorry. I know this is horrible, but if we stop, more of us will die. We have to keep moving." "What about Madison and Leah?" Violet asked. What about Kara? Kara knows the rendezvous points, Yasmin said. If she can, she'll catch up. Same with Madison and Leah. But we can't wait for them here. It's too dangerous. It was brutal calculus. Leave behind the missing and hope they'd survive on their own. Or stay and risk everyone being caught. Riley looked at the 18 women gathered at the cache point. 18 out of 23. 5 missing, 1 confirmed dead. And they still had 3 days of running ahead of them. We move, Riley said, her voice hard. We survive, and when we reach our mates, when we're safe, we mourn our dead and find our missing. But right now, we run. They gathered their supplies, treated what injuries they could, and disappeared into the forest once more. Behind them, somewhere in the darkness, Sienna's body lay cold and still. The first casualty of their bid for freedom. Riley prayed she would be the last. Chapter 13. The Long Road. Day 2 of running, and they were breaking. Riley could see it in the way Iris stumbled over roots she should have seen, in the glassy-eyed exhaustion on Sophie's face, in the way even strong women like Yasmin moved with mechanical determination rather than real strength. They'd been moving for nearly 40 hours straight, taking only brief rest stops when absolutely necessary. The enforcers were still pursuing. Riley could hear them periodically, distant howls coordinating the hunt. Alpha Garrett had apparently committed serious resources to recapturing or killing the escaped marked women. We need to rest, Jessica said quietly, appearing beside Riley at the front of their group. Really rest. More than 10 minutes. The injured women can't keep this pace, and the younger girls are running on fumes. Riley wanted to argue, but she couldn't. Jessica was right. They were 18 women now. They'd found Madison stumbling through the forest at dawn, alone and terrified but alive, bringing their count to 19. But Kara and Leah were still missing. Sienna was dead, and Autumn still hadn't regained full consciousness. There's a cave system about 2 miles northeast, Imani said, consulting the mental map she'd been building from Jessica's wilderness knowledge. If we can reach it, we could rest hidden for a few hours. 2 miles. Riley looked at her exhausted sisters and wondered if they had 2 miles left in them, but they had to try. Let's move, Riley said. Those 2 miles were some of the hardest of the journey. Autumn had to be carried on an improvised stretcher made from branches and blankets. Mara could barely walk with her cracked ribs. Winter's wounds from the enforcer attack had reopened, leaving a trail of blood. But they made it. The cave Imani had remembered was real, a network of interconnected chambers carved into the mountainside by ancient water. Riley and Yasmin scouted it carefully, making sure there were no bears or other dangerous occupants, then helped the others inside. 4 hours, Riley announced. We rest for 4 hours, treat our injuries, eat, and then we keep moving. Yasmin and I will take first watch. No one argued. The women collapsed where they stood, many falling asleep immediately despite the cold stone floor. Riley and Yasmin positioned themselves at the cave entrance, watching the forest for any sign of pursuit. We're not going to all make it, are we? Yasmin said quietly after a while. Riley wanted to lie, wanted to insist everyone would survive, but Yasmin deserved honesty. I don't know, Riley admitted. We've lost Sienna. Kara and Leah are missing. Autumn might not wake up, and we still have at least a day and a half of running ahead of us. The enforcers are getting closer, Yasmin said. I can smell them. They're tracking us, and they're not giving up.
Neither are we. They sat in silence for a while, listening to the forest. Then Yasmin spoke again, her voice thoughtful. Do you think it'll be worth it? All of this? The suffering, the deaths, the running? When we finally meet our mates, when we're supposedly safe, will it have been worth the cost? Riley thought about Sienna's scream, cut off abruptly in the darkness, about Sophie's terrified face as they fled, about months of brutality in the work camp. I think, Riley said slowly, that we were dying in that camp. Maybe not quickly, but we were being destroyed piece by piece. This, running, fighting, choosing our own fate even if it means dying free, this is better than that. And if we make it, if we survive to meet our mates and help crews change the pack, then yes, it'll be worth it. And if our mates are terrible? Yasmin asked. If they marked us for selfish reasons, if they don't actually care about us beyond the bond? Then we reject them and find our own way, Riley said firmly. We never marked them. They don't have to agree. Once we're safe, once Garrett is dealt with, we get to choose. Stay mated or break free. No one gets to force us into anything ever again. Yasmin smiled slightly. You're very certain about that. I have to be. If I start doubting that we have agency, that we have choice, I'll fall apart. Riley looked back into the cave where her sisters slept. They need me to believe we can control our own destinies. So I do. 4 hours later, they woke the others and prepared to move again. Jessica checked on Autumn, who had finally regained consciousness but was groggy and confused. Can you walk? Jessica asked, gently. I think so, Autumn said, though she swayed when she tried to stand. What happened? Enforcer hit you in the head during the fight. You've been unconscious for over a day. Jessica supported Autumn, checking her pupils. You definitely have a concussion. You need rest and care. But we don't have time for that, Autumn finished. She straightened, despite obvious dizziness. I can walk. I can keep going. Just point me in the right direction. They moved out of the cave in the late afternoon, continuing their northeastern trek. Riley kept checking the mate bond, using Kieran's presence like a beacon to guide them. The bond was definitely getting stronger. They were getting closer. One more day. Kieran's voice suddenly echoed in her mind, faint but clear. We're coming as fast as we can. One more day, Riley. Can you make it? We can make anything, Riley thought back, hoping he could hear her determination. We've come too far to fail now. As the sun set, they heard the enforcers again. Closer this time, close enough that Riley could identify individual scents. There were at least 8 of them, working together to track the women. They're going to catch us before we reach our mates, Madison said, her voice flat with exhausted despair. We can't outrun them anymore. Riley knew she was right. The women were too tired, too injured, too slow. The enforcers would overtake them by morning at the latest, unless they changed the game. We need to fight, Riley said. The words fell into silence. We can't outrun them, so we need to stop running and make a stand. We'll die, Winter said. There are too many of them, and we're exhausted. Maybe, Riley acknowledged, but maybe not. We have advantages they don't know about. We can coordinate through the mate bonds. We can call on our mate's power if we need it. And we're fighting for our freedom.
That makes us dangerous. We need to choose our battlefield, Yasmin said, catching on. Somewhere that negates their advantages and amplifies ours. Mara pulled herself together despite her obvious pain. There's a narrow canyon about an hour from here. I remember it from when I used to hunt in this region. If we can reach it, we can funnel them into a space where their numbers don't matter as much. An ambush, Imani said slowly. We're proposing to ambush pack enforcers. We're proposing to survive, Riley corrected. By any means necessary. They took a vote. It was unanimous. They would fight. The next hour was spent preparing. They reached the canyon Mara remembered. A narrow split in the rock face, with high walls on either side, and only one good entrance. It was perfect for a defensive position. Riley organized them into 3 groups. Fighters who would engage directly, ranged support who would throw rocks and use improvised weapons from above, and a medical group led by Jessica who would treat injuries and protect those who couldn't fight. The youngest girls, Sophie, Iris, Zoe, were put with the medical group despite their protests. They weren't ready for direct combat. When the enforcers come, Riley said, addressing all of them, we need to work together perfectly. Use the tactics Yasmin taught us. Protect each other. And if anyone gets a chance to kill an enforcer, take it. This isn't practice anymore. This is survival. They set their trap and waited. The enforcers arrived an hour after dark. 8 of them, as Riley had estimated, all in wolf form, tracking the women's scent with single-minded determination. They entered the canyon cautiously, sensing something was wrong, but unable to resist the clear trail the women had left. When all 8 were inside the kill zone, Riley howled. The ambush was brutal and chaotic. Women dropped from the canyon walls, landing on the enforcers' backs. Rocks rained down from above. The narrow space prevented the enforcers from using their numbers effectively. Riley shifted and went straight for the leader, an enforcer named Drake who'd been one of the worst during their imprisonment. She hit him hard, using every dirty trick she knew, fighting not just with her wolf strength but with months of accumulated rage. Around her, other battles raged. Yasmin was fighting 2 enforcers at once, moving with lethal precision. Imani had shifted to her newly emerged wolf form and was working with Tara to take down a 3rd enforcer. Even Mara, injured as she was fighting in human form with a large rock as a weapon. An enforcer got past their defensive line and was heading for the medical group. Riley saw Sophie step forward, the 12-year-old's eyes flashing gold as she called on her not-yet-emerged wolf, and swing a heavy branch with surprising force into the enforcer's face. The enforcer yelped and turned on Sophie. Riley's heart stopped. She'd never make it in time. Then the mate bonds flared to life, all of them at once. Power flooded through every marked woman, their distant mates sending strength, speed, rage, and protection. The women fought with renewed vigor, with inhuman strength, with the combined might of their own wolves, and their mates' power channeled through the bonds. The tide turned. One enforcer fell, his throat torn out by Yasmin. Another retreated, bleeding badly. A 3rd was knocked unconscious by a coordinated attack from multiple women. Drake, facing Riley, suddenly seemed to realize he was outmatched. He tried to flee, but Riley was faster. She was fighting for a cause. She pinned him, her jaws at his throat. She tore. The feeling that had been foreign just yesterday was already terribly familiar. When the dust settled, they'd won. 5 enforcers dead, 3 fled into the forest. And the women. Casualties? Riley asked, shifting back to human form, her body shaking with adrenaline. Winter reopened all her wounds, Jessica reported, already treating them. Violet broke her arm. Naomi has a deep bite on her leg, but everyone's alive. Everyone was alive. They'd faced 8 trained enforcers and survived. Riley looked at her sisters, blood-soaked, exhausted, wounded, but victorious, and felt fierce pride. "We did it," Sophie whispered, staring at her hands like she couldn't believe what she'd just done. "We actually did it." "We did," Riley confirmed. "And now we tend to each other, and then keep moving. Our mates are close. I can feel it. We're almost there." They took an hour to bandage each other. Then they left the canyon and the bodies behind, moving through the night with renewed determination. They'd proven they could fight. They'd proven they could win. And when they finally reached their mates, they would stand as equals, not victims to be rescued, but warriors who'd fought their way to freedom. As dawn broke on their 3rd day of running, Riley felt a change in the mate bond. Not just Kieran's distant presence, but something closer, more immediate. She stopped, her wolf senses on high alert. "What is it?" Yasmin asked. Riley smiled for the first time in days. "They're here," she said. "Our mates. They've found us." And through the trees, moving with predatory grace and overwhelming power, came a pack of enormous wolves. Their mates had arrived. Chapter 14. Meeting the Mates. Riley's wolf recognized her mate before her human mind processed it. He was massive, a wolf easily twice her size, with dark gray fur and eyes that glowed amber in the dawn light. The mate bond sang between them, stronger than it had ever been, pulling her toward him with magnetic force. The wolf approached slowly, carefully, and Riley could sense his restraint. He wanted to rush to her, to claim her, to verify she was real and safe. But he held back, giving her space, respecting her autonomy even now. When he was 10 feet away, he shifted. The man who stood before Riley was in his early 20s, tall and powerfully built, with dark hair and those same amber eyes. His face was strong, with a scar across his left cheekbone and an expression of such intense relief and concern that it took Riley's breath away. "Riley," he said, his voice the same one she'd heard through the bond. "Kieran, thank the gods you made it." Riley shifted to her human form, suddenly very aware that she was covered in blood and dirt, exhausted beyond measure, and had no idea what to say to this stranger who was supposedly her mate. "Kieran," she managed. They stood there, staring at each other across 10 feet of space that might as well have been a chasm. "What did you say to someone who'd violated your autonomy by marking you without permission, but had also been trying to protect you? To someone you'd never met, but who'd been a constant presence in your mind for months?" "Riley," another voice, beloved and familiar. Riley turned to see her brother Cruz pushing through the gathering wolves, still in wolf form but shifting even as he ran. He reached her in seconds and pulled her into a crushing embrace. "Coo-hoo! You're alive," Cruz said, his voice breaking. "You're alive. You made it. Oh, gods, Riley." "Boo-hoo!" Riley held her brother and let herself cry for the first time since the escape began. All the fear, all the loss, all the exhaustion poured out of her in great racking sobs. Cruz held her through it, murmuring comfort, his own tears falling into her hair. "I'm sorry," Cruz said. "I'm so sorry. The marking wasn't supposed to go like this. It was supposed to protect you. And instead—" "It did protect me," Riley interrupted, pulling back to look at her brother. He looked older, harder, like the soft boy who'd left had been forged into something sharp and dangerous. "It went wrong at first, yes, but eventually it gave us power. It gave us a way to fight back. You saved us, Cruz." "You saved yourselves," Cruz corrected. "What you did, escaping, surviving, fighting your way here, that was all you. I'm so proud of you, little sister. So proud." Around them, other reunions were happening. Riley saw Yasmin standing with a tall, muscular male who looked like he'd been carved from stone. Imani was talking animatedly with a lean, intellectual-looking male who was listening with complete attention. Sophie was hiding behind Jessica, peeking out at a gentle-faced male who was keeping a respectful distance. Not all the reunions were comfortable. Some of the women stood at a distance from their mates, arms crossed, expressions guarded. One woman, Violet, was actually backing away from her mate, fear written across her face. Kieran approached slowly, stopping several feet from Riley and Cruz. "I know this is overwhelming," Kieran said. "I know you have no reason to trust me, but right now, we need to get you all to safety. There's a safe house about 5 miles from here, neutral territory where the pack can't reach you. Once you're there, once you've rested and healed, we can talk. About everything. About the marking, about what happens next, about what you want from this bond." "What I want," Riley said, her voice stronger now, "is for you to understand that I didn't choose this, any of this. And when this is over, when Alpha Garrett is dealt with, I get to decide whether this bond continues or not." Kieran nodded, no hesitation. "Absolutely. The bond can be broken if that's what you choose. I marked you to save your life, not to trap you. You're free to reject me the moment you're safe." It was the right answer. Riley felt some of the tension leave her shoulders. "Okay," she said. "Let's get to this safe house." The journey to the safe house was surreal. The 19 surviving women walked, surrounded by 23 powerful males, their mates, plus Cruz and 3 additional wolves he'd brought as backup. Riley noticed that the males were careful to give the women space, to not crowd or pressure them, to position themselves as protectors rather than captors. Some of the women accepted this easily, falling into step beside their mates, talking quietly, beginning to build connections. Others maintained strict distance, treating the males with suspicion and wariness. Riley walked between Cruz and Kieran, listening as Cruz explained what he'd been doing for the past 2 years. "Alpha College teaches you how to lead, how to strategize, how to build alliances," Cruz said. "But what I really learned was how broken our pack is compared to others. Most packs don't treat females like property. Most packs don't brutalize their members. Most packs have systems of justice and fairness. Ours is rotten from the top down, and it needs to be completely rebuilt." "So you're planning a coup," Riley said. "I'm planning to challenge Alpha Garrett for leadership," Cruz corrected. "It's different. In wolf pack law, any wolf can challenge for Alpha if they think they're strong enough. It's brutal, but it's legal. When I win—" "If you win," Kieran interrupted. "When I win," Cruz repeated firmly, "I'll become Alpha.
And then I can start making real changes, protecting the vulnerable, ending the abuse, making our pack somewhere people actually want to live. And if you lose? Riley asked. Cruz's face darkened. Then Garrett kills me. Probably kills everyone who helped me. But I've already petitioned the Alpha Council. They have opened a case against Alpha Garrett. They just need time to gather evidence. Either way, things won't go on as they have been, which is why I won't lose. They arrived at the safe house, a large cabin in a clearing, well built and stocked with supplies. The males had clearly been preparing for this, planning for the possibility of needing to shelter the marked women. Inside, there was food, clean water, beds, medical supplies. Jessica immediately took charge of triage, identifying who needed treatment most urgently. The males helped where they were allowed, bringing supplies, starting fires, giving the women space to breathe. Riley found herself in a room with Kieran, Cruz having stepped away to coordinate with the other males. Tell me about the marking, Riley said, sitting down heavily on a bed. How did you even do it? We were all asleep, locked in our homes, and you somehow got past all the pack's defenses. Kieran sat down across from her, careful to maintain distance. We trained for months, 23 of us, all friends of Cruz from Alpha College, all volunteers who believed in what he was trying to do. We learned stealth techniques, scent masking, how to move through territory undetected, and we practiced until we could do it perfectly. Why did you volunteer? Riley asked. Why risk your life to mark a stranger? Kieran was quiet for a moment, choosing his words carefully. Because Cruz told us what was happening in his pack, about the abuse, the brutality, the way females were treated, and he had a plan to fix it, but it required protecting the vulnerable women first. He asked for volunteers who would be willing to mate bond with girls and women they'd never met, purely to protect them from a worse fate. We had to agree to hold off on finding our fated mates, just until the women were safe. It was never meant to be permanent. I said yes because it was the right thing to do. But now we're bonded, Riley said. Permanently connected unless we both agree to break it. Yes, Kieran said. And I know that's not what you wanted. I know it was a violation, even if the intention was good. So I want you to know, when this is over, if you want to break the bond, I'll agree without hesitation. You don't owe me anything, just because I marked you. Riley studied him, this stranger who'd been a presence in her mind for months. He seemed genuine, seemed to actually care about her autonomy. But she'd been lied to before, had learned not to trust easily. How old are you? Riley asked. 22. And you're what, an alpha? Beta? Beta. Strong enough to protect you. Not so dominant that I'd try to control you. Kieran smiled slightly. Cruz specifically recruited betas and strong deltas for the marking. No alphas. He didn't want anyone who might try to dominate their mates. That was thoughtful, actually. Riley filed that information away. What do you want? Have you found your mate? It was a normal question to ask. Why did it seem so invasive? Kieran shook his head. I haven't found my mate. He rubbed his neck, and Riley saw his ears turn slightly pink. This is all very strange now. Actually meeting you, you know? I always assumed we would break it once you were safe. You're still not of age. But his eyes met Riley's, steady. If we get to know each other and decide we both want something else,
I'm open to it in a few years. Riley felt her own face heat a little. She was only 16. What happens now? Riley asked. Now you rest. You heal. You process everything that's happened. Kieran stood. I'll be nearby if you need anything, but I won't intrude. Your autonomy matters, Riley. It always has. He left, closing the door softly behind him. Riley lay back on the bed, the first real bed she'd slept in since the marking, and let the exhaustion wash over her. They'd made it. They were safe. Their mates had come for them. Now they just had to figure out what came next. Over the next few days, the safe house became a place of healing and planning. Jessica worked tirelessly to treat injuries. Violet's broken arm was set and splinted. Winter's wounds were cleaned and bandaged. Mara's ribs were wrapped, and she was forbidden from shifting until they healed. Autumn, still dealing with concussion symptoms, was put on strict rest. The women slept, ate real food, bathed, and slowly began to look less like haunted survivors and more like themselves. And they began to know their mates. Some relationships developed quickly. Yasmin and her mate, a warrior named Marcus, bonded over combat training, sparring together and trading techniques. Imani and her mate, a scholar named Daniel, spent hours talking about books and ideas, finding intellectual compatibility that surprised them both. Other relationships were slower. Sophie was terrified of her mate, a gentle giant named Thomas who'd been horrified to learn he'd marked a 12-year-old. Granted, he had only been 18 at the time, but still. He kept his distance, letting Sophie approach him at her own pace, content to wait until she was ready to even talk to him. And some relationships were hostile. Violet refused to be in the same room as her mate, convinced he was trying to control her. Kara, when she finally stumbled into the safe house 4 days after the others, alive but half-starved and deeply traumatized, actually attacked her mate on sight before Jessica could calm her down. Riley's relationship with Kieran was somewhere in the middle, not hostile, not comfortable, but cautiously developing. They talked, in brief conversations that slowly grew longer. Kieran told her about Alpha College, about his own pack in the Western Territories, about his training and his hopes for the future. Riley told him about the work camp, about the sisterhood they'd built, about Sienna's death and the grief they all carried. We still don't know what happened to Leah and Kara, Riley said one evening. They were sitting outside the cabin, watching the sunset. Kara had been found, but Leah was still missing. She could be alive, could be captured, could be... She's alive, Kieran said with certainty. Her mate would feel it through the bond if she died. He says she's scared and in pain, but alive. He already left with 2 other men yesterday to try to reach her. Riley looked at him. You really believe that? That you could feel me die through the bond? I know I could. The bond connects us at a fundamental level. I'd know if something happened to you. Kieran met her eyes. Which is how I knew, during those months you were in the work camp, how much you were suffering. I felt every moment of pain, every instant of fear, and I couldn't do anything except send what strength I could and wait for Cruz's plan to be ready. That must have been hard, Riley said quietly. Not as hard as what you were living through. Kieran's jaw tightened. I wanted to come for you so many times, wanted to kill Garrett for what he was doing to you. But Cruz convinced me to wait, to stick to the plan, to trust that you were strong enough to survive until we could do this right. We don't only want to save you women, We need to save everyone. I'm glad you waited, Riley admitted. If you'd come alone, Garrett would have killed you. And then I'd have lost the bond, lost the protection it gave me. As much as I hated being marked without my consent, it did save my life. Multiple times. They sat in silence for a while, the bond humming between them, not intrusive, just present, a reminder of their connection. When we fight Garrett, Riley said, I want to be part of it. Not just protected, not just kept safe somewhere while the males do the fighting. I want to fight for my pack's freedom. I know, Kieran said. Cruz already said, the marked women are part of the assault force. You've earned that right. Riley smiled. It was the first time she'd truly smiled since the escape began. Maybe, she thought, this could actually work. Maybe they could defeat Garrett, change the pack, and figure out what it meant to be mates who'd been brought together by violence, but were choosing to build something better. Maybe there was hope after all. Chapter 15. War Council. 2 days later, the search party returned with Kara. She was injured but alive. They also reported that they found Leah's trail. It went back towards the pack. A silence settled over the cabin hearing that. She's still alive. I don't know her state. That's all I can feel. The man who had marked Leah, Owen said quietly. I'm sending our scouts out to watch Garrett. They'll find Leah too. Cruz assured everyone. That was all they could do. Quietly, everyone slipped back to what they were doing. 1 week after reaching the safe house, Cruz called a war council. The main room of the cabin was packed with people. 19 marked women, their mates, Cruz, and his 3 additional allies. Riley sat between Kieran and Sophie, feeling the weight of what they were about to plan. Cruz stood at the front of the room, a map of pack territory spread on the table before him. He looked every inch the alpha he was preparing to become. Confident, commanding, dangerous. In 3 days, I'm going to challenge Alpha Garrett for leadership of the pack, Cruz announced. According to wolf law, he has to accept the challenge or forfeit his position. When I win. If you win, Kara interjected, her voice sharp. When I win, Cruz repeated, his eyes flashing with determination. I become Alpha. The pack's leadership changes, and we can start rebuilding into something better. And if you lose? Violet asked. Then my second, Kieran, challenges next, and if he loses, my third, Marcus. We keep challenging until either we win or we're all dead. Cruz's voice was matter of fact, but I'm not planning to lose. What do you need from us? Mara asked, leaning forward despite the pain from her still healing ribs. Cruz looked at the marked women with respect. I need you to do what you've already been doing. Be visible. Be powerful. Be proof that females in this pack can be strong. During the challenge, some of you will guard our rear flank to make sure Garrett's loyalists don't interfere. Others will protect the vulnerable pack members who might be targeted in retaliation. And when I win, you'll be part of the new leadership structure. Leadership structure? Imani asked, clearly intrigued. I'm not going to rule alone, Cruz said. I want a council of advisors, males and females both, representing all the different perspectives in the pack. The marked women have proven their strength, intelligence, and leadership. You deserve a voice in how the pack is run. Riley felt a swell of pride and possibility. This was what they'd been fighting for. Not just survival, but actual power to change things. Tell us the plan, Yasmin said. Cruz laid it out in detail. The challenge would take place in the pack's central square, witnessed by all pack members as tradition required. Cruz would fight Garrett in wolf form, a battle to submission or death. While that was happening, teams would be positioned throughout pack territory to deal with potential threats. Garrett has loyalists who might try to interfere with the challenge, Cruz explained. Beta Marcus, the pack's current beta, not to be confused with Yasmin's mate, is absolutely loyal to Garrett. He'll try something. We need to be ready. What about the pack members who aren't loyalists? Riley asked. The ones who've been helping us through Mara's communication network? Can we count on them? Some of them, Cruz said. Father has been working quietly to build support. Old Miriam the healer has been spreading the word that change is coming. There's a faction of pack members who are tired of Garrett's brutality and ready for new leadership, but they won't act openly until they see that we can actually win. So we need to win decisively, Kieran said. No close calls, no lucky victories. We need to utterly dominate to show that the new regime is stronger than the old one. Once Garrett is dead, I will challenge Beta Marcus for the beta position, and on down. The leadership will be wiped out in one day. Exactly, Cruz agreed. They spent hours going over the plan, refining details, assigning roles. Riley would lead a team protecting the pack's children and vulnerable members. Yasmin would lead a combat team ready to intercept any of Garrett's loyalists who tried to interfere. Mara, still injured, would coordinate communications between the different teams. As the meeting wound down and people began to disperse, Riley noticed Sophie sitting alone in a corner, her face pale and troubled. Riley approached her carefully. "What's wrong?" "I'm scared," Sophie admitted. "What if Cruz loses? What if Garrett wins and comes after all of us? We barely escaped him once. I don't think I can do it again." "Cruz won't lose," Riley said with more confidence than she felt. "But what if he does? What happens to us then?" It was a fair question. Riley sat down beside Sophie, choosing her words carefully. "If Cruz loses, we have a backup plan," Riley said quietly. "We run. The mates have prepared safe routes out of pack territory, places we can go where Garrett can't reach us. It's not ideal, but we'll survive." "I don't want to run anymore," Sophie said, tears in her eyes. "I want a home. I want to feel safe. I want to not be constantly afraid." Riley pulled Sophie into a hug. "I know. Me too. And that's what we're fighting for. A home where we can actually be safe, where no one can hurt us just because we're female, where we have power and choice. Cruz is going to give us that. I believe it." "How can you be so sure?" "Because I know my brother, and I know he'd rather die than fail us." Riley held Sophie tighter. "We're going to win, Sophie, and then we're going to build something better." Sophie nodded against Riley's shoulder, wanting desperately to believe. That night, Riley couldn't sleep. She slipped out of the cabin and found Kieran standing watch in the forest. "Can't sleep?" he asked as she approached. "Too much in my head," Riley admitted. She sat down on a fallen log, and Kieran sat beside her, careful to maintain respectful distance. "What if we lose?" "We won't." "But what if we do? What if Cruz dies? What if Garrett kills all of you and we're right back where we started?" Kieran was quiet for a moment. "Then you adapt. You survive. You escape and wait for the Alpha Council to come. But Riley, I've seen Cruz fight. I've trained with him for 2 years. He's one of the strongest wolves I've ever met, and he's fighting for something personal. His mother's memory, his sister's safety, his pack's future. That gives him an edge Garrett doesn't have. Garrett's been alpha for 15 years, Riley said. He's older, more experienced. And complacent. He's used to everyone fearing him, used to winning through intimidation rather than skill. Cruz has been training specifically to beat him, studying his fighting style, preparing for every possibility. Kieran turned to look at Riley. Your brother is going to win, and when he does, everything changes. Riley wanted to believe that, wanted to trust that the nightmare they'd been living could actually end. Tell me about the Western Territories, Riley said, changing the subject. About your pack. Kieran's face softened. It's different from here. Females are respected, have equal say in pack decisions. We have schools, not just for males but for everyone. Disputes are settled through council meetings and mediation, not just violence. It's not perfect, but it's better than what you've been living with. Do you miss it? Every day, but I'd do this again in a heartbeat. Because what's happening here, what you all are doing, is important. You're not just saving yourselves, you're proving that change is possible, that even the most rotten pack can be reformed. Riley looked at him, this stranger who'd marked her against her will, but who seemed genuinely committed to her well-being. What happens to us after? After Garrett is defeated and the pack is changed? That's up to you, Kieran said. We can explore the mate bond. See if there's something real between us, beyond the forced connection. Or you can reject the bond, and I'll still be Cruz's beta. Either way, you're free to choose. And you'd really let me go? Just like that? Yes! Kieran's voice was absolutely certain. I didn't mark you to trap you, Riley. I marked you to save your life. What you do with that life afterward is entirely your choice. Riley found herself believing him, found herself thinking that maybe, just maybe, this forced bond could become something chosen, something real. But first, they had to survive the next 3 days. The following morning, they received news that changed everything. One of Cruz's scouts came running into the safe house, breathless and urgent. We found her. We found Leah. The room erupted. Leah's mate, a quiet man named Owen, was on his feet immediately. Where? Is she alive? Alive but in bad shape. Garrett has her. He's holding her in the pack prison, using her as bait to draw out the rest of the marked women. Riley's blood ran cold. The pack prison was a nightmare, a series of cells dug into the mountainside where the worst offenders were kept. If Garrett had Leah there, she was being tortured. It's a trap, Mara said immediately. He knows we'll come for her. He's probably hoping we'll try a rescue so he can capture all of us. We can't leave her there, Owen said desperately. She's been in Garrett's hands for over a week. Gods only know what he's done to her. We're not leaving her, Cruz said firmly. But we're also not walking into an obvious trap. We need to be smart about this. They spent the next hour planning a rescue mission, carefully coordinated, using the marked women and their mates working together. It would be dangerous, would potentially tip Garrett off that they were back in the area, but they couldn't abandon Leah. I'm going, Riley said when the teams were being assigned. Riley, Cruz started. I'm going, Riley repeated. Leah is one of us, one of the 23. We don't leave each other behind. I'm going. Cruz looked at her for a long moment, then nodded. You're going. But you follow the plan exactly, and you stay with your team. No heroics. No heroics, Riley agreed. They left at dusk, 12 wolves moving through pack territory with predatory stealth. Riley, Yasmin, Imani, and Kieran formed one team. Owen, Marcus, Yasmin's mate, and 2 others formed a second team. Cruz and the remaining wolves formed a third. The pack prison was located on the southern edge of territory, carved into the mountainside and guarded by 2 enforcers. Riley watched from the shadows as Owen and Marcus approached the guards, using a distraction technique to draw them away. Once the guards were clear, Riley and her team moved in. Kieran forced open the prison door, old iron that protested with a screech of metal. Inside, the prison was dark and reeked of despair. They found Leah in the deepest cell. She was barely recognizable, bruised, beaten, starved, chained to the wall like an animal. When she saw them, she started to cry. "Boo-hoo! I knew you'd come," Leah whispered as Owen rushed to her, breaking her chains with his bare hands. "I knew you wouldn't leave me." "Boo!" "Never," Riley said fiercely. "We never leave anyone behind." They got Leah out of the prison and were heading back toward safe territory when Riley's wolf suddenly snarled a warning. "Ambush!" Riley screamed. Rue. Wolves poured out of the forest. At least 20 of them, led by Beta Marcus. Garrett had known they'd come for Leah, had planned for it. "Run!" Cruz commanded. "Get Leah to safety. We'll hold them off." It was chaos. The teams scattered, some fighting, some running, all trying to protect Leah and escape the trap. Riley fought alongside Kieran, their wolves working in perfect synchronization, covering each other's backs. They made it out, but barely. Several of their wolves were injured, including Cruz, who'd taken a nasty bite to his shoulder. But they had Leah, and they'd all survived. As they retreated to the safe house with Garrett's wolves howling behind them, Riley realized something important. The time for planning was over. The battle was already beginning, and in 3 days it would reach its conclusion, one way or another. Chapter 16. The night before. 2 days before the challenge, Riley found herself unable to sleep. She sat outside the safe house, watching the stars, thinking about everything that had led to this moment. The marking, the work camp, the escape, the reunion, and now the battle that would determine everyone's future. Can't sleep either? Riley turned to see Sophie approaching, wrapped in a blanket against the cold. "Too much in my head," Riley admitted, making room on her log for Sophie to sit. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, 2 girls who'd become sisters through shared trauma, watching the night sky. "I've been thinking about Sienna," Sophie said quietly, "about how she died so we could escape, about whether she'd think this was worth it." "I think she would," Riley said. "Sienna wanted freedom more than anything. She used to talk about it at night in the barracks. What she'd do if she could leave the pack, where she'd go, what kind of life she'd build. She died fighting for that freedom. I think she'd be proud that we made it." "I hope so." Sophie pulled the blanket tighter. "Riley, what happens if Cruz loses? Really happens, not the official backup plan, but really?" Riley considered lying, offering false comfort, but Sophie deserved honesty. "If Cruz loses, Garrett will probably kill him," Riley said. "And then he'll come after all of us. We'd run, use the escape routes the mates prepared, but Garrett would hunt us. Some of us might not make it.
That's what I thought. Sophie was quiet for a moment. I'm not as scared as I thought I'd be. I mean, I'm terrified, don't get me wrong. But I've been scared for so long that I'm almost used to it. And at least now we're fighting back. At least we have a chance.
Soph. Soph. Soph.
We have more than a chance, Riley said. We have Cruz, who's one of the strongest wolves I've ever seen. We have 23 powerful mates who are committed to this fight. We have each other. That's more than we had in the work camp.
Do you think we'll ever be normal? Sophie asked. After all this is over, if we win, will we ever just be regular pack members who don't have to fight for survival every day? Riley thought about that. I don't know if we'll ever be normal. What we've been through changes you. But maybe we can find a new kind of normal. One where we're safe, where we have choices, where we can build lives we actually want to live. I'd like that, Sophie said. I'd like to just be a kid for a while. Learn things, play, not worry about dying every second. You will be, Riley promised. When this is over, you're going to have the childhood you deserve. They sat together until Sophie started yawning. Then Riley walked her back inside and made sure she was settled in bed before returning to her own sleepless vigil. This time, Kieran found her. You're going to exhaust yourself, he said, settling onto the log beside her. You need rest before the battle. I'll rest when it's over, Riley said. Right now, my brain won't shut off. What are you thinking about? Everything. The past 6 months. How much has changed? How much is about to change again? Riley looked at him. Are you scared? Terrified, Kieran admitted. Not of fighting. I've trained for that. But of failing. Of letting Cruz down. Letting you down. Letting all the marked women down. We promise to protect you. And if we lose... Then we lose together, Riley interrupted. I'm not some fragile thing that needs protecting, Kieran. I'm a fighter. I've proven that. Whatever happens in the challenge, I'll face it as an equal partner, not a damsel in distress. Kieran smiled. I know. That's one of the things He stopped, seemed to reconsider his words. That's one of the things I admire about you. You're fierce, Riley. Stronger than you have any right to be at 15. Almost 16 and a half, Riley corrected automatically, then laughed at herself. Gods, that sounds so young, doesn't it? I feel like I've aged years in the past months. You have, in a way. Trauma does that. Kieran's expression grew serious. Riley, after this is over, if we win, what do you want? From life? From the pack? From this? He gestured between them, indicating the mate bond. Riley had been avoiding thinking about that question, but now she forced herself to confront it. I want choice, she said finally. I want to decide who I am, who I love, what I do with my life. Not have it all decided by pack hierarchy or mate bonds or anything else. She looked at Kieran. I don't know what I want from this bond yet. You seem like a good person, and I'm grateful for the help you've given me. But I'm 16. I'm too young to know what I want from a mate. That's fair, Kieran said. So what if we do this? After the challenge, you take all the time you need to figure out what you want. We can be friends, can get to know each other without the pressure of the mate bond. And when you're older, when you're ready, if you decide you want to explore the bond,
or if you decide to break it, I'll respect whatever choice you make." "You'd really wait?" Riley asked. "You'd really give me that much freedom?" "Riley, I marked you without your permission. The least I can do is give you all the freedom in the world to decide what happens next." Kieran met her eyes. "You're not my property. You're your own person. The bond doesn't change that." Riley felt something in her chest unclench, a tension she hadn't realized she'd been carrying. "Thank you," she said softly. "That means more than you know." They sat together in comfortable silence, the mate bond humming between them, present but not demanding, a connection that could become something more, or could remain as it was, depending on Riley's choice. For the first time since the marking, Riley felt like she had real agency in her own life. The next day, Cruz gathered all the marked women for a private meeting. 20 women now. Leah had been rescued, but she was badly injured and wouldn't be able to fight. The women sat in a circle in the main room of the safe house, and Cruz stood before them with visible emotion on his face. "I need to say something to all of you before tomorrow," Cruz began. "I need you to know that everything I've done, the marking plan, the training, bringing you here, it was all to try to fix the mistakes I made." "What mistakes?" Mara asked gently. "I left you all behind," Cruz said, his voice thick. "When I went to Alpha College, I left my pack, left my sister, left all of you in Garrett's hands. I told myself it was strategic, that I needed to get stronger before I could help. But the truth is, I was also running away, from the trauma of my mother's death, from the helplessness I felt, from the pack that had failed us all." "You were 17, Riley said. "You did what you had to do to survive." "Maybe. But while I was gone, you all suffered. You were abused, marked, imprisoned, brutalized, forced to fight your way to freedom. I should have been here. I should have protected you." "You did protect us," Yasmin said firmly. "The marking. Yes, it went wrong at first, but it also gave us power. It connected us to mates who helped us. It scared Garrett enough that he couldn't just kill us outright. And it brought us to this moment, where we actually have a chance to change everything." "What Yasmin said," Imani added. "You're not responsible for Garrett's cruelty. You're responsible for giving us a way to fight back. And for that, we're grateful." Around the circle, women nodded. Even Kara, who'd been so bitter and angry, looked at Cruz with something like forgiveness in her eyes. "Tomorrow, I'm going to challenge Garrett," Cruz said. "And I'm going to win. Not just for me, not just for my mother, but for all of you. For every child, woman and man who's been hurt by this pack's leadership. For every girl who's been told she's worthless because of her gender. For every person who's suffered under Garrett's rule. I'm going to win, and then we're going to build something better." "And if you don't win?" Violet asked quietly. "What then?" Cruz's face was serious. Then Kieran challenges. And if he doesn't win, Marcus challenges. We keep challenging until we win or die trying. But I'm not planning to die. I'm planning to become alpha, to change this pack from the ground up, and to make sure what happened to you all never happens to anyone again." "What do you need from us tomorrow?" Riley asked. "I need you to be visible," Cruz said. "I need the pack to see you, strong, defiant, unbroken despite everything Garrett did to you. I need them to see that females can be powerful, that the old ways are ending, that change is inevitable. Your presence is a statement. Your survival is a rebellion. Use that." "We will," Mara promised. We'll show them exactly what we've become. After the meeting, Riley found herself alone with Cruz for the first time since the reunion. I missed you so much, Cruz said, pulling her into a hug. Every day at Alpha College, I thought about you, worried about you, hoped you were okay. I thought about you too, Riley said. When things were really bad, I'd remember your promise, that you'd come back and make things better. That kept me going. Cruz said, Talk or go in we? Boo-hoo! I'm so sorry for what you went through, Cruz said, his voice breaking. If I'd known the marking would backfire like that, if I'd known Garrett would imprison you all. I've talked with the older women. The ones who had Garrett and others had already tried to breed. All the girls 15 and older had already been abused. They all said they prefer the prison to the life they were already living. You saved me and those younger from that type of violation. You did the best you could with the information you had. Riley pulled back to look at her brother. Cruz, stop apologizing. Start winning. That's what we need now. Cruz smiled through his tears. When did you get so wise, little sister? Survival makes you wise fast, Riley said. Now, tell me honestly, can you beat Garrett? Yes, Cruz said without hesitation. I've been training specifically to fight him for 2 years. I know his moves, his weaknesses, his patterns. I'm younger, faster, and more motivated. I'm going to destroy him, Riley. I promise you that. Riley believed him. She had to believe him, because the alternative was unthinkable. Good, she said, because we've all sacrificed too much for this to fail now. That night, the women gathered one last time before the challenge. They shared stories, memories, hopes for the future. They talked about Sienna, honoring her memory. They welcomed Leah back into the fold, making sure she knew she was still one of them despite missing the worst of the journey. And they made a pact. Whatever happened tomorrow, they would face it together. They would stand united, support each other, and refuse to be broken by fear. They were marked against their will, but they had transformed that violation into power. They were imprisoned in a work camp, but they had escaped and survived. They were hunted through the wilderness, but they had fought back and won. And tomorrow, they would watch Cruz challenge for the pack's leadership, and they would be ready for whatever came next. 20 women, bound by shared suffering and shared strength, ready to witness the battle that would determine their futures. Riley looked at her sisters and felt hope bloom in her chest. They were going to win. They had to. The alternative was simply unacceptable. Chapter 17. The Challenge. The day of the challenge dawned cold and clear. Riley stood with the other marked women at the edge of the pack's central square, watching as pack members gathered for the most significant event in their territory's recent history, a challenge for Alpha. The square was packed with wolves, some in human form, some shifted, all watching with a mixture of anticipation, fear, and hope. Riley could feel the tension in the air, thick enough to cut with a knife. Cruz stood at one end of the square, flanked by Kieran and Marcus. He was already in wolf form, a massive beta wolf with dark fur and eyes that glowed with determination. He'd been born to be a fighter, and today he would prove it. At the other end stood Alpha Garrett, also in wolf form. He was even larger than Cruz, his alpha status giving him extra size and power. His fur was grizzled with age, but his eyes were sharp and cruel. He looked confident, like he'd already won. Between them stood the pack's elder, old Thomas, who was neutral in pack politics and responsible for officiating challenges according to tradition. "We are here to witness a challenge for Alpha," Thomas announced, his voice carrying across the square. "𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 Beta Wolf of this pack, has invoked his right to challenge for leadership. Alpha Garrett has accepted. The challenge will proceed according to ancient law, a fight to submission or death. No interference is permitted. The winner becomes Alpha of this pack." Riley's heart pounded. This was it. Everything came down to this fight. "Challengers, take your positions," Thomas commanded. Cruz and Garrett moved to opposite sides of a marked circle in the center of the square. Riley could see Cruz's focus, the way his wolf moved with controlled power, ready to explode into action. Garrett circled slowly, his posture dominant and aggressive. He was trying to intimidate Cruz, to make him doubt, to weaken him psychologically before the fight even began. It didn't work. Cruz held his ground, unwavering. "Begin!" Thomas shouted. Garrett attacked first, using his size advantage to try to overwhelm Cruz with sheer force. He charged like a battering ram, aiming to knock Cruz off his feet and go for a quick submission. But Cruz was ready. He sidestepped at the last second, using Garrett's momentum against him, raking his claws across Garrett's flank as the Alpha passed. First blood to Cruz. The crowd gasped. Garrett spun, snarling, and attacked again. This time Cruz met him head-on, and the two wolves crashed together with a sound like thunder. They fought with savage intensity, teeth and claws, strength and strategy, each trying to gain the advantage. Garrett fought like a brawler, using his size and power to try to overwhelm. Cruz fought like a tactician, using speed and precision to exploit weaknesses. Riley watched with her heart in her throat. She wanted to look away but couldn't. This was her brother, fighting for their future, risking everything. The fight raged on. 5 minutes. 10. 15. Both wolves were bleeding now, both showing signs of exhaustion, but neither would yield. Then Riley saw it, a pattern in Garrett's attacks. He favored his right side, protecting his left. An old injury maybe, or just a habitual weakness. And Cruz had seen it too. Cruz feinted right, and when Garrett moved to block, Cruz pivoted left and struck hard. His jaws closed on Garrett's shoulder, right at the junction where neck met body. A perfect hold. Garrett thrashed, trying to throw Cruz off, but Cruz held on with iron determination. He was forcing Garrett down, using leverage and position to overcome the size difference. "Submit!" Cruz's growl seemed to say. "Submit or die." For a moment, Riley thought Garrett would submit. The old Alpha was losing, and submission would at least let him live. Then Beta Marcus moved. Riley saw it happening like it was in slow motion. Beta Marcus, Garrett's loyal second, pulling a knife from his belt. Marcus moving toward the circle, toward Cruz's exposed back, clearly intending to interfere with the challenge. "No!" Riley screamed. But she wasn't the only one who'd seen it. Kieran and Marcus, Yasmin's mate, were already moving, intercepting Beta Marcus before he could reach the circle. They tackled him, and the knife went skittering across the ground. The crowd erupted. Pack members were shouting, some supporting the interference, others condemning it. The challenge was supposed to be sacred, untouchable. Beta Marcus's attempt to interfere was a violation of the most fundamental pack laws. In the circle, Cruz used the distraction to his advantage. He repositioned his grip, pressing down harder on Garrett's shoulder, forcing the alpha to the ground. "Submit!" Elder Thomas shouted at Garrett. "Submit or he'll kill you." Garrett struggled for a few more seconds, then went limp, the gesture of submission. Cruz held the position for a moment longer, making sure the submission was genuine, then released Garrett and stepped back. "The challenge is won," Thomas announced. "𝒐𝒊𝒏 is the new alpha of this pack." The square exploded with noise. Cheers from some, protests from others, shocked silence from many. Riley found herself crying and laughing at the same time, relief and joy overwhelming her. Cruz had won. Her brother was alpha. Everything was about to change. But the celebration was short-lived. Garrett, still in wolf form, struggled to his feet. He should have been broken, defeated, accepting of his loss. Instead, Riley saw fury in his eyes, saw him gathering himself for one final attack. "Cruz, look out!" Riley screamed. Cruz spun just as Garrett lunged, not at him but at the crowd, at the marked women standing together at the square's edge, at Riley. Garrett was going for a killing blow, trying to hurt Cruz through his sister even in defeat. But he'd forgotten what the marked women had become. Riley shifted faster than she ever had before, her wolf springing to the surface in an instant. She met Garrett's charge head-on, and around her, other marked women shifted too. Yasmin, Imani, Mara despite her injuries, all of them creating a wall between Garrett and those who couldn't shift. The mate bonds flared to life, all 20 of them, flooding the women with their mate's power. 20 powerful males channeling strength through their bonds, making the marked women stronger than they'd ever been. Garrett hit the wall of women and was thrown back. He landed hard, stunned by the combined force. Cruz was on him in an instant, his jaws at Garrett's throat. "You lost!" Cruz growled, his alpha voice making the words a command that couldn't be ignored. "You submitted. The challenge is over. But you tried to attack pack members, to attack my sister. That's a crime worthy of execution." Garrett's eyes widened with genuine fear. "I should kill you!" Cruz continued, pressing down just enough to make Garrett gasp for air. "For my mother, for all the women you hurt, for every person you brutalized. I should end you right now." The square was silent, everyone waiting to see what the new alpha would do. "But I won't," Cruz said finally, releasing Garrett and stepping back. "Because the old ways, rule through fear and violence, that ends now. You'll be exiled from this pack, stripped of your rank, forbidden from ever returning. You'll live, but you'll live with the knowledge that you lost everything because you were cruel and weak. That's a worse punishment than death." He turned to address the pack, still in wolf form but projecting his alpha voice for all to hear. "I am 𝒐𝒊𝒏, and I am your alpha now. Things are going to change. The brutality ends. The abuse of power ends. The treatment of females as property ends. We're going to build a pack based on strength, yes, but also on justice, on fairness, on respecting every member, regardless of their gender or rank. This is my promise to you, as your alpha." He shifted back to human form, standing before them with blood on his skin and authority in every line of his body. "Those who can accept these changes, who want to build something better, you're welcome here. Those who can't, who want to cling to the old ways,
Leave now. You have until sundown to make your choice." The square was silent for a long moment. Then, one person started clapping. Riley's father, the Omega, tears streaming down his face, applauding his son. Others joined in. Old Miriam, pack members who'd been secretly helping the marked women, younger wolves who'd never known anything but Garrett's cruelty. The applause spread, growing louder, until most of the pack was cheering for their new alpha. Not everyone. Beta Marcus and a handful of Garrett's loyalists stood in angry silence. But they were outnumbered, outmatched, and out of time. Cruz had won. Not just the challenge, but the pack itself. Boo-hoo! Riley shifted back to human form and ran to her brother, throwing her arms around him despite the blood and the wounds. "Boo-hoo! You did it!" she sobbed. "You actually did it!" "We did it," Cruz corrected, holding her tight. "All of us, together." Around them, the marked women were reuniting with their mates. Pack members were celebrating or processing or leaving, and the whole structure of pack life was shifting into something new. It wasn't over. There would be challenges ahead, difficulties in implementing Cruz's vision, resistance from those who benefited from the old ways. But the hardest part was done. They were free. Really, truly free. And Riley, standing in the center of the square with her brother and her sisters and her mate, felt hope bloom in her chest like a sunrise. This was the beginning of something new, something better, something worth all the struggle and sacrifice to achieve. They had won, and that brings us to the end of this story. Thank you for listening all the way through. We hope this audiobook kept you entertained and left you wanting more. If you enjoyed it, please take a moment to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share your thoughts in the comments. Let us know what kind of stories you'd like to hear next. There are plenty more full audiobooks waiting for you here, so be sure to check out the channel for your next great listen. Until next time, happy listening.